way many people discover they go to listen to news and depression. If you get connection now pressure, we dey pray to possess our possession. Yet the country dey slave for recession. Many people plan not to jump out. But to get one thing I want us to know. Who go come fix our night out? Many things where I don't see. Way many things for my country they go. Many things they pain my soul. Way many people they suffer they go. Many things where I don't see. Way many things for my country they go. Many things they pain my soul. Way many people they suffer they go. Everything in life like competition. Now the priest they meet us for confession. Holy Ghost I'm a go for protection. And I just go fight all the progression. Many people plan not to jack out. But to get one thing I want us to know. Who go come fix our night out? Many things where I don't see. The way many things for my country they go. Many things see they pain my soul. The way many people they suffer they go. Many things where I don't see. The way many things for my country they go. Many things see they pain my soul. The way many people they suffer they go. Many things where I don't see. The way many things for my country they go. Many things see they pain my soul. The way many people they suffer they go. Many things where I don't see. The way many things for my country they go. Many things see they pain my soul. The way many people they suffer they go. Many people plan not to jack down. Who go come fix our night out? Who go come fix our night out? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Vawulence Space. 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 We're patriots. Converge. Sharing. Roll fast. Brilliant analysis. Breaking reports. Friendly vengeance. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, mommies and daddies, brothers and sisters, friends and foes alike. You're welcome to the Vawulence Space. It's a beautiful Thursday from this side of the world. I hope it is beautiful wherever you're listening to us from. Thank you guys for always joining us one more time. It's another day we come out to deliberate and talk about issues that concerns nation building. I see every single one of you first responders. I call you guys because you guys are the reason why when we get this church, this mosque, this shrine, this atmosphere, this temple started, you guys are always the first to come in here and make sure everywhere is set and ready to roar and rumble. Thank you guys for joining us. My brother Jimmy, it's good to have you one more time. Always a pleasure having you on the platform. Thank you to all of you requesting for the mic already. All our blue tickers, non-blue tickers, all our big and small handles alike. Every obedient in the building, every violencer in the building. Thank you for joining us this beautiful Thursday. Let's have an amazing space as we have always done on this platform. I'm still basking from the last space. I always say on the platform that the replay value of the violence is always golden. I spent the last few hours of preparing, just listening to back our Tuesday space, and it's just amazing the wealth of information that passed through that platform on Tuesday, and I think it's one I will still go back to listen to because a whole lot was said that day. But we have on that day again to speak again to issues. They say we talk, yes, it's good to talk. At the same time, while we talk, we know that people are working. Guys, you're welcome to the Violence Space. Let's have a wonderful conversation today again and yet again. A town hall different. You understand what I mean? All right. If it's your first time of you joining us on this platform, probably you heard about it because we are known for so many things. I say this depending on where you're listening to us from, depending on who is telling you about the Violence Space. To some people, we are heroes. To some people, we are villains. To some people, we are emergency lovers of Nigeria. To some people, we are radicals. We have everything tagged on us, and we do not care because we love the tags, honestly speaking. But if it's your first time of joining us, probably something brought you here. You are extremely welcome. If it's your second time, you know what you got the last time. Right? That's why you're back here again today. And if it's your third time, you are now a regular. And to all our amazing violencers that stayed with us through the weeks, through the months, through the years, it's amazing how far we have come as a platform. I say this all the time. Please pat yourself in the back if you're a proud violencer.
we have done great things, and it is why NCC reached out to me. It was like when he saw Madam Obi's girl, he was like, "Guy, how you dey take do am?" And I started laughing. I said, "There is nothing like how I take do am. It is how we have done it. It is how we have built a platform that right now, as we speak, there is nobody in this country that understands. There is nobody in this country that doesn't know the violence space, except the people, except let's say yes, except our people that are not internet savvy, or but people that understand the media, and every one of them know about you guys. What you guys do here, do not take it for granted. Do not take it lightly. I almost stopped this platform at the beginning of this year. I was like, fuck it, man. Let's just face our life. And I know the kind of calls I got from people that I never expected, and they were telling me how much we have built here. And it is important to understand that these conversations we're having right now, we just can't stop it. We just can't stop it. And you guys have done it. Because if you guys don't come out on this platform, probably just be me, Jimmy, Mommy Bolande, and well-meaning, we just did a crack joke, the Jones ourselves. But you guys come out here in your numbers every single time. Many people are falling off, and they still come back. And some people that gave up from Twitter last year, some gave up as in then after the elections last year. They have not logged onto their Twitter. Some just logged on maybe probably last week, and they came. Violence Space is still on. Do you understand what it means? The consistency in you guys coming out here, the consistency, it is something that I really want to pat you guys your back, because for us to salvage this country, if there's anything we need more, greater is persistence and consistency. If we can keep these two traits, I think we can go the next way forward. Because honestly, it takes a whole lot of work to do that. But guys, I say thank you for joining us one more time. I just want to say you guys how much grateful we are for what you guys have helped us contribute and build as a community. We don't take it for granted, and we will never ever take it for granted. And with that, I say, if it's your first time, as I've always said, of joining us, we have a ritual on this platform. On this platform, if you're listening to the sound of my voice anywhere you are across our multiple streaming platforms, because as we're speaking right now, the violence space is being played across multiple streaming platforms. Because for me, I say this all the time, it is important we take these conversations as far and as wide as possible. The Twitter crowd, I call us the elites, the one percenters of Nigerians. You guys are the ones that know everything. You guys are the ones that can provide solutions to everything. You guys are the ones that can attack everything. You guys are the ones that can expose everything. But there are so many Nigerians that don't have the information you guys have. There are so many Nigerians that don't have the intellectual capacity you guys have. There are so many Nigerians that don't even understand what we are currently passing through. And that is why we on this platform, we are trying to make sure we can reach those people by trying to bridge the gap. And that's why we have made sure this space is streaming on the violence space. We have a YouTube channel. You can go check it out. We are on Facebook also, because there's a humongous amount of Nigerians on Facebook. In fact, I think the population of Facebook to Twitter is almost like 5 to 1. I think we have the last count, we have over 20 something million Nigerians, I think, on Facebook. And on Twitter, we have less than 2 million active users in Nigeria on Twitter. So you should understand the disparity gap. So we're trying to reach out to the Facebook community also. We have the Violence Space Facebook page. This space is streaming right now, live from there also. And we are streaming also on the Violence Space online radio station. We have created a radio station that streams 24/7, 365 days a year, making sure that we stream our spaces back to back and other obedient spaces as the case may be, just to make sure that Nigerians have that connection to these informations that we have here. And that is we doing our bit as the people. We cannot do it all. I wish we could build this to be a CNN that the whole world is tuned in, because honestly speaking, if there's something that can really take down this government or take down criminals in power, is information. He that controls the media controls the masses and controls the narrative. It is very, very important. And people who are fighting against, they understand these things, and they have invested deeply into the media. Traditional media, they're in control of it. Mainstream media, that's the mainstream media, your radios, your televisions, your daily papers, they're in control of these platforms. And these platforms are where common Nigerians get their information from. So for us here, we're trying to see how we can bridge this gap and see, if not for today, for tomorrow. Because whether we like it or not, the world is moving in phases, and traditional media is phasing out. It might be slow in Nigeria, but it is going to eventually come to the place, probably in the next 10 years, whereby everybody would have been connected to the internet. Everybody would have would have known how to use probably X or Facebook. Everybody should have it in their hands by that time, and by then would have set a foundation of having a platform that is championing this conversation. So people that are coming to join us on social media, we always like, oh, there are some people that dominate this era. So it is important we hold on to what we have while we try to bridge the gap towards what's happening. And I say this because I just want to encourage everyone of you to please and please, as a salesman, share the space, like the space, retweet the space, copy the URL of the space, go post it in your WhatsApp stories, your Instagram stories, whatever platform you have. Let the world know that the number one space on X is back and we're up and running. And as usual, guys, we're taking no prisoners today. So please, guys, today's topics are well thought out, will be well deliberated on, because we are in that week of democracy. And today's topics this I actually had to put a question mark on the very first topic, because I want people that experience these two eras in Nigeria to come out today and speak. Those that have experienced just one of those eras, and you can at least there's history. We can always read, we can always count out, we can always look at infrastructures, we can always look at the way Nigerians live. We can always look at indices and say, okay, why we can do these comparisons of these both eras, which is better, which has fared better, which of these eras have Nigerians fared better in. I would love to get you guys' opinions about stuff. Let us talk about this stuff today. So, guys, please share the space. Let's get more of our people into the conversation as we always do. I see every single one of you. Thank you to the Violence Space team, cast and crew, making sure this space is being streamed across all these multiple platforms. These guys are working for free. Just wonderful Nigerians have been doing this for the past 2 years. Joe Obedient and Co. God bless you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right, guys. Let's jump into the conversation today and today and today and today. Well, I would say for my own, everybody's not going to speak on your own. On your own. I did not, I wouldn't say I have full experience of the military in Nigeria. I was a kid, a very young boy, uh, during the military era, so I can only point to pointers and the fact that I know I have done extensive reading myself, I have done my research myself, I know some things myself. I look at all these pointers and I will, from all these pointers, I can draw my conclusions and say, panel of judges, accurate timekeepers, my co-debaters, I am standing on the motion that says the military era has favored Nigeria more than the democratic era. Now, where me I stand. Bam. And I'm going to point out why I think so. Just with little facts, because on this platform we are known for facts and figures, and keeping away emotions, because Nigerians are very emotional beings. We are very emotional, and I don't take it as a jab or something. I understand you can't separate the emotions from man. We are emotional beings, right? But when it comes to politics, which is where these criminals in Babariga has dusted us, is that they know how to separate emotion from politics, and they now show you who they are. So for me, I've sat back and I've looked at past military heads of states in the country, things they were able to achieve in the midst of not much as we have today, not much knowledge, not much information, not much finances, um, and how the country was then. Because if you look at Nigeria, let's say 40 years ago and now, Nigeria of 40 years ago is better than Nigeria of today. Things that they were able to build in 40 years ago, we can't build it now. And we have 200% times the resources to build them now. Under that man, you might hate to love him, you might call him all names, Yakubu Gowon. Yes, I will never ever in my life eulogize that man, because I know under him we lost over 3 million lives. of our Nigerian brothers and sisters from the southeast. And but I want to take away, I want to move from that aspect now and face him infrastructurally. Under Yakubu Gowon, we built in the space of 9 years 3 refineries. I want to say this thing for Nigerians, our generation to understand. I want us to understand these things so that we can understand how diabolic and evil our political class of today are. Under Yakubu, we built 3 refineries, 3 in 9 years. And when you go check in the 9 years, it's not as if it took 9 years to build. No. So we're done in like 3 years. So I'm like, just after like 3 years, and you build again. They probably will not come down to the IBBs. All those major bridges you see in Lagos, all, the Qatar Bridge, the Third Mainland Bridge, all those major infrastructures you see were built by the military. All those major federal highways you see, Abuja that you see today, was built by the military. So the military saw, after developing Lagos, after making Lagos what it was, the military said, let us take the capital to a different place. But before we take it there, let us develop that place. And the military went into Abuja and transformed that freaking place. Go on. If you have been to Abuja, you understand what I'm saying. If you have lived in Abuja, you understand what Abuja was built. When you see the template that place was built upon, you understand there was active planning. Under the military, there was not this. There was corruption under the military, but it was selected. It was selected amongst few, which I prefer. Abacha and co. Babangida and his boys. Than right now under democratic that every Tom, Dick, and Harry is a thief. Councillor go steal. Local government chairman go steal. House of Rep go steal. Federal House go steal. Senator are thief. Governors are thieves. Presidency are thieves. You make one of them essay, thief. Just reckless stealing of the commonwealth of the people. That is why under democracy nothing is working. Because under the military, if you have a 30 billion economy and only 12 people are stealing, the remaining, the 12, when they steal, their belly don't full. They will carry the remaining money and pump it into infrastructure. Let the people see. We can complain about the human rights, but I keep asking myself question. Even the people that cried for human rights era, human rights, military human rights. Yeah, I was a kid though. My father was working in a federal institution as a kid. I never saw my father cry and complain of human rights too. All I can remember is newspaper. And the people that we have now found out now, because you see, they say hindsight is 2020. And the benefit of hindsight is that you can look back and cast back and say, oh, see, if somebody is crying today, Tinubu is a devil, Tinubu is a this, Tinubu is a that, and in 10 years' time, you give that person power and he does worse than Tinubu. That means that person was not crying because Tinubu was bad. The person was crying because he wanted to get power and do what Tinubu was doing. So for every single person that was crying during the military, that championed the military, that championed the whole anti-military, anti-military protest and everything, all of them have gotten into power today. All of them are thieves. They have outdone, they have outstolen the military. They are even worse than the military in human rights. Because I can accept, I would really love to hear, please, those are, I don't want to speak like I'm speaking from that generation, please. So those are in their 40s, in their 50s, in their 60s, please, and you're in Nigeria under the military, please, I would like to know, I would really want to know in the course of this conversation today, how you guys, as a common Nigerian that had nothing at stake politically, how were you faring under the military? The military go around flogging you people on the streets? Or I want to understand how human rights abuse that they were giving us. excuse? Or is it an excuse made by people that were trying to find their way to power and could not get to power, and the military was subjugating them, rightfully so, like they're subjugating us right now? I really want to understand that those dynamics, because honestly speaking, if Bola Ahmed Tinubu is the face of people that fought against military, the Nadekos of this world, if Bola Ahmed Tinubu is the face of people that fought against the military, then honestly speaking, the military was in their right to do what they were doing. But if it is common Nigerians like me and you that were being attacked, I did not experience it, so I really want to understand from the human rights angle. But I'm looking at it from the economical angle to the fact. Let me even say this: Nigeria under Abacha, Nigeria was sanctioned. Nigeria passed through economical sanction worldwide. Probably that's why some people might come out and say, some people that sat under the Abacha's tenor came out and they were saying that Abacha was not even actually stealing this money. They say he was sending it abroad to save through third parties. Why? Because Nigeria had already been sanctioned. We couldn't do international trade. So if you want to buy some things, they have to go through third parties. I don't want to bring in and say that is true or false. I don't care about all those dynamics. But I'm just saying that even under Abacha, economically, we are not better today than under Abacha. So what have 25 years of democracy done for us as Nigerians? I really want us to have a conversation today, because I say this all the time. I think I was in a couple of hours, I was in a space with my friend, one of my friends, a couple of weeks ago, and I made this submission and I said, for me, every country should have their modus of operation. Democracy is not for everyone. Even though I'm a Democrat, I love the fact that power should lie with the people. But truly, does power lie with the people in Nigeria? The answer is no. Democracy should be me coming out, we Nigerians, the majority, the minority having their say, the majority having their way. But in Nigeria, the difference is that is the opposite. In Nigeria, the minority are having their way. The majority are the ones having their say, but we're not having our way. Because the democratic institution in Nigeria has been compromised. It is worse off than the military. Just my 2 cents. You don't have to follow my thought process. So I really want people to come here and counter me and say, no, Sana, what you're saying is not true, it's not right, this is this is that. I really want to have that conversation today, because I want to understand these dynamics. I really want Nigerians to understand these things, especially young Nigerians. Young Nigerians. I made a tweet earlier on today, and that tweet, I think this when I was playing that Madam Obi's replaying that Madam Obi space, that's when it struck me again. I had to make that tweet, and I was like, I was talking about how much we young Nigerians have to stand up, and how much we have to work, and how much please Adebayo, please mute your mic, thank you, and how much we have to work as a people. And I was in my mind, I was thinking from her own angle, and I pushed back myself, because you see, time flies, time waits for nobody. Just yesterday, we were all campaigning. We're already 1 year deep into this bullshit of our administration, and we can be looking and be laughing and be playing, and 4 years will be gone. Who remembered when Buhari came to power? It was just like yesterday. 8 years is gone. We are in the 9th year of an APC administration. We close our eyes and open our eyes, and we'll be in 30 years if we do not do anything. Madam Obi and Asset fought the military in 1994 and the rest. She was in her 30s. 31 to be precise, or 30 to be precise. They closed their eyes and they woke up. She's 61 now. You can wake up tomorrow and you ask yourself, we are 30 years deep in this road, and Nigeria will be worse off than it is today. Because many of us, we don't japa. We don't find way run. Find ways solve things for ourselves. Find ways struggle, survive. Because Nigerians, we are eternal survivors. We are eternal strugglers. We must find a way out. But our generation will be doing a great disservice to the future generation if we do not fight and change the narrative in our lifetime. I can pardon our parents' generation because they do not have the technical, intellectual know-how that me and you have today. The power of organization that we can have today, that we can sit from the center of I can be in the center of my room in somewhere in the Western world today, and I'm connected to thousands of Nigerians, thousands of Africans globally. They didn't have this. They didn't have this in the 90s. If we cannot use this power and organize ourselves and take back our culture and save ourselves, we have done the greatest disservice to the future generation. We just have to find a way out of that. Let me just jump real quick to P on Arise. I watched that interview yesterday and it was amazing. And honestly speaking, you see why I love the obedient movement is the diversity of thoughts and the way in that interview, I think I'll just take some few I really want people to come to the conversation real quick. Um, Charles did a very perfect job, but let me just point to a place where Charles really got me. And when P.O. really responded well, when he asked him about Wole Soyinka, a man that I have come to say I will drag Baba White Beard, White Hair. I go to drag him because he promised us after 1 year, he will talk and he's still silent. But that is for later. And when he asked him that question, and Pio responded and told him, I do not join world with my fathers. That is in the characteristic of that man called Pio. And he said, even me myself, they used to drag me. The obedient used to drag me. I can't even stop them. That was very, very profound to me because it was open to every single one that these people, you people, cannot even be tamed. And to get back our country, we need millions of people that are untamed. People that do not freaking care that their own is gold. Their own is just give us what belongs to us. Your generation have destroyed this country. You have no right. You have no right if you're in your 60s, your 70s to talk to us and tell us anything that we don't speak well. Fuck you. You were an accomplice, you kept quiet, you watched, or you even jappered. You ran away from the country. You don't stand fight for the country. Then today we stand up and say we're fighting for our country and tell us that we're not speaking well. We are too brute. We are too arrogant. We are too noisy. We don't have respect. You guys are crazy. You wasted your future. You wasted our future, and you want to waste my children's future. We will not permit it. And I'm very, very happy you understand that message. I am very, very happy. And he brought it out to Charles and told him, so you can't think, I'm not sending any obedient to people. Don't send me now. He sent Jimmy. He don't be Jimmy one. Didn't Jimmy want him on our violence on parallel fact space? I said, sir, do not ever talk on obedient behalf. Speak for yourself. And he said, no verse, no verse, no verse. I speak. I will never beg again. I will never beg on people's behalf again. Please. We did drag. You look at another drag him yesterday. Because in his own element, and you see me, I did not drag him because I understand that is who he is. It is his character. It is in him. It is who he is. It is in his nature to be that peaceful person. And also, I just want to use this also to talk to our fellow obedience. Please, as POB, respect him for who he is. If he goes off the line, drag him as you want to drag him. Rightfully so, drag him, but don't come and mirror your image. Oh, P.O. should be as violent as Jimmy. P.O. should be as violent as Saddam. P.O. should be as violent as Zari or Momi Bolande. No. P.O. is who P.O. is. The same way P.O. don't come and tell you, be as gentle as I am. Even if that's what he wants from us. Even if that's what he wishes. All of us can toe that line of gentility, but the truth is that gentility with these criminals will not work, and we understand this. So if you understand this and we are playing our part, allow that man play his part. Pio is the only person, he's the only authority in Nigeria that when he makes a tweet, world leaders are listening to him. He was in Edo State today, speaking to ex-presidents, and you saw the ovation, you saw the captivation of the audience, you could see it. So please, guys, I just want to put that out there, and I'm saying this because there is, and I'm gonna drop this because it has been in my chest for so long. And I say, if you see the violence space, there's something about us in the violence space here. If nobody want to talk, we will go talk. I don't know what will say it. Me will say it. You see me on this platform. God knows. I've said it all the time on this movement. In this movement, I'm not here to make friends. God has given me enough friends and family. Enough. I am here to see how I can use my voice to help bring change to this country. How I can contribute so that not in 30 years' time from now, I'll be so worried. Oh, now we fight for the 2023 election and it ends there. No, I'm not here because even one of them is virtual, and there's a reason that I'm not here for fame either. Those that know me know that by now, my past life that I abandoned to take the new life that I've been following, I would have cast it on the fame. That is not why some of us are here. No. We didn't come here for all those bullshit. We came here to see how we can use our voice. So for me, on this movement and this platform, I will say it as it is. If it pain you, make it pain you. I don't freaking care. It is how me I'm saying my own. If I do my own, drag me. If you do, I drag you. Make we the drag the go, because as long as we are dragging ourselves towards good governance, let us be dragging to and be going there. If at the end of the day we achieve the Nigeria of our dream, we can all sit down on the table and say, "Oh guys, no dream. Let us shake. If we cannot do that, our children can wake up tomorrow and say we are waking up in a better country that we fought for our own way." Because many people say, Saddam, no, you do the defend P2B. I know if I don't defend P2B, who will defend P2B? Why am I obedient? Why do I call myself obedient if I cannot defend P2B? I've been defending P2B before I knew P2B. I've been defending P2B before I ever got on a space to stand or even talk to the man. I have lost four or five of my accounts defending P2B before I even knew who he was. So it's not even about today. Oh, maybe probably, or maybe you people know. I have never seen him. I've never seen the man. I've never met the man one on one. But because I understand that this particular man is someone that I believe, as it stands now, Nigeria of today, is someone that can really champion and take our dreams to the next level. It's why I am standing behind that man. If tomorrow I wake up and see that the man has gone haywire, I will be that. Now me go see the drag him, call him out. In fact, I've been dragging him before, but I see some people just choose to want to fight and deflate the man by any little error. They are looking for AP to be peace. If he cough, we could use that opportunity, puncture him. And there's this sinister agenda among some of us. I'm saying this now because many of you don't want to say this because people can't say, sometimes this person is saying this thing, this person is opening space, saying this thing. You don't want to say it out there. I will say it. Some people, there's this sinister effort by some people, and okay, let me put it this way better. There are some people that supported P2B that are obedient. There are some people that supported P2B that are not obedient, and I respect them also. Everybody has your own view. You must not be obedient. You must not be. There are some people that do not believe in Nigeria, that are secessionists, that looked at him last election and said that make we support this man. See, because the truth of the matter is, if Nigeria actually is going to work, if Nigeria is actually going to break, you need someone that is sensible enough to understand that fixing this country is no longer possible. And we give you a chance to even break. Many people like that supported P2B during the last elections. I will not come out here and discount it. Every set of Nigerians. So I understand that these people that supported him is from a very deep pool. Probably that's why he made that tweet where he said obedience is not linked to any party. because I think he also understands that people from different walks of life supported him for the elections. Not necessarily that because they're his fan, or that they like him, or that they like his posture, or that they like the way he communicates, or that they like the way he does his politics. So you see those set of people, especially those secessionists that did not see their dreams become actualized, they have this sinister way they attack that man. Because like yesterday now, when he made that tweet about Bola Tinubu and said whatever he said yesterday, honestly speaking, I saw obedience there and I was very, very calm. I did not have a problem with them. No, okay, you do this, okay, you do that. Normally. But some people are taking it to the extra level, like, oh, he's too weak. He's too. And I'm like, if there's any man as strong as P2B in Nigeria today, it's only P2B. There is nobody as brave, as strong, as 100 times than that man. Who is speaking about the Nigerian issues today? Who is speaking against Bola Tinubu in Nigeria today? Which of your politicians are coming out? Who is going on TV? Who is going out? Who the fuck is that person? Even the men of it that come and say, obedient for Dati. Dati comes out like once in 6 months. You think if it to come out once in 6 months and throw banger and go back and hide, you think nobody can do that? Every freaking person can do that. This man is in their faces every single day. I'm not even talking about probably the cost of being on their faces every day. I'm not even looking at it from that aspect that his businesses. This man is a freaking billionaire that has his channel of friends that in Dangote. All those people don't come up from his side. Why? Because he chose to be a politician. So me, I'm coming out for all those secessionists. I supported P2B. Then you not have any. One more, I go. If you drag me, I go drag Satan with you. I know I'm saying, I know many of you did this place. You hear me? I'm telling people that I know. If you want to carry your useless secessionist agenda and be using that man, probably he did not tell us to protest. He did not. He would have. He would have been rugged. He would have carried us on the street. Faceless people. You don't even have a face to your account. You can't even come out and do any of those things you guys come out to say. Make noise behind your keypad. Keypad warriors. That's how I start to dedicate to this place to many of you now. And I'll be dragged. I'm going to drag una to make una. When I know say if you have the right to choose to want to drag that man, you also should have the right to be dragged. And I'm not even coming out like I'm defending him that he should not be dragged. He should be dragged, but please with sense. And keep your freaking agendas because we see your agendas. Real obedience understand where that man speak. That is who he is. We might not like him for what he does, for his gentlemanity. And we might say, okay, you fuck up because this, but don't bring in that nonsense narrative or try to belittle him, compare him to weak, call him that one will not work with us. Because for me, I see that man as the only person that can bring us into Aso Rock. And you know, go to market time for us. That's my 2 cents. Thank you guys for joining us and hearing my little rant. Edo State, we are going to Edo State this weekend. Please, if you're in Edo State, today I really want us to make... we have to do something for Edo people today. Please, guys, on the Vawulence space. I'm going to reach out to well-known Nigeria, hopefully on the course of the space. Let's see how we can do something for our brothers and sisters in Edo State and see how we can bring them up to speed. PO was in Edo State today, and even yesterday, and some agenda was almost being set. He should not go to Edo State. He should not go to. He should not go there. We try to tell a full-grown man that has gotten to the height of politics in his life and his career, how he should live his life. Oh, you should not be seen with this. Oh, you should not eat this. Oh, you should not walk. Oh, you should not talk. Oh, you should not drink. If he talk and drink, I will drag him. If he this and that, I will eat him. Oh my God. People are good man, shy. I swear to God. Honestly speaking, that's why Tinubu has. You see, Tinubu. Now that's why Tinubu they deal with us. I swear. Now I reason because that's why he's dealing with because God have mercy. Tinubu wants to buy a new private jet. He's going to buy a new private jet by next week.
Bro, I just see him now. Breaking news.
You go buy
I
new private
swear to
jet.
God, I just see
You
him
go buy
now.
new
Say,
private.
Nigerian lawmakers put budget purchase of new aircraft for President Tinubu and Shetima.
Nah,
No be
hard
only
man.
Tinubu
We like hard
and
men.
Shetima.
We like hard men. We go get hard men. We go see hard men. We go confirm. We like hard men. Honestly speaking, we like no. This one, no, we like him. The one that go come to tell us reality, how things take be. Go bring no. We don't like him. We no. We go buy his private jet. We don't buy yacht. We don't buy new renovate new mansion. For Shetima on the chill. He's chilling now. AC chilling with band A. Band A in from there, helipad, straight to the private jet corner in a new private jet out of Nigeria. Zoo. They are chilling. Don't worry about what they focus on. Let us keep that is we learn to focus on the minor and just abandon the major. These guys understand, that's why they are dealing with us to our faces. Minimum wage they won't give us. They will not give us minimum wage. They will be living that luxurious life because they know that Nigerians, we like those kind of leaders.
Saddam, you know say you never use that yacht since you don't buy him.
My brother, Jimmy, continue. I beg from me. I beg, continue. Take it away. Take it away.
Ah! He never used that yacht since he don't buy him. They don't buy him that yacht. Hey, he never used them. There was no news about President Tinubu was in his yacht today on his way to Lagos from where safe? Where they park the yacht? Nigerians. Hey,
You go there Lagos
happy,
water now. Now Lagos water you go there now.
happy Democracy Day. Demonstration of crazy demonstration. I made a tweet yesterday about Fela Anikulapo's song. This man they sing go. He dey yab Shagari. Say Shagari go they carry thousands of votes, millions of votes. I just dey laugh when I dey hear that song because he don't know wetin happen for 2023. He know if he predict wetin happen for 2023. When that when Fela did that song, that was 1980 or 1981 or thereabouts. They never waiting be high neck. It was neck back. They don't get neck safe at that point in time. There was nothing like election. What do they call them? IRA. All this one where they just introduced now. There was nothing like that. And you have people saying, this is the best. This is the best election we've had since 1999 in Nigeria, in that same country too. What's it that? The madness that I woke up to yesterday was was interesting, was funny, and at the same time was sad. The funny part was the fact that oh yeah, he fell. Oh yeah, oh Lule, oh yeah, oh Lule, Tinubu Lule lano. He luled yesterday. He luled yesterday. That is a legit confirmation. He luled. He did not dobale. He luled yesterday. Confirm. Ko dobale o. That one is doing a damage control. As a Lagos boy, I did my dobale. Baba lule. Baba lule lano. He did not dobale. And whose fault is that? It's not my fault. So I don't see any reason why someone would tell me not to laugh or not to make fun of that falling mannequin. He's not even working anymore. Falling mannequin. I will make fun of him. It's my choice. My keypad, my phone. I'll do whatever I want. That was the interesting part of the day for me yesterday. The sad part was the unveiling of that portrait. It was a disaster. The unveiling of that portrait. Subconsciously, people don't understand what that represents. Somehow, that man has made himself the face of democracy. Yesterday, he swapped it from Abiola to his own face. That was what he did yesterday. In case you've not noticed, he is now the talk of the continent. as the savior of democracy. The unveiling of that picture, that portrait, was so insensitive. Only God know how much they could talk, say they take do that portrait. When people are dying of hunger.
But Jimmy
When,
is Guinness Book of Record now.
which kind Guinness will Guinness come there? Guinness will don't come up for Nigeria. Guinness don't come up for Nigeria. Very useless people. Guinness don't come up for Nigeria.
They use that. They use that. Make them woo them come back.
Pun intended. Honestly, pun literally intended. Guinness come out for Nigeria and they want to be in Guinness Book of Record. Very useless set of people. When people are dying of hunger, that portrait now, they go talk say now one certain amount of billions they take to am. When he made the speech yesterday that all over social media they're making fun of him. They didn't know he did his own idobale. He did not fall. He did his own. The moment I heard, I say, Alhamdulillah, thank God, because the moment he accepts that Ilule, Iforigba, na medical bill be that. Na medical bill be that. So now we know say he no fall. According to him, he talk say in dobale. It is hard for them to now tell us that because Tinubu dobale, they will take him to France for medical treatment and they will spend 5 billion. No. You don't need to spend money for Idobale. You don't need money for Idobale. That was the disaster we faced yesterday. And to be honest, I don't know why they termed it Democracy Day, because there was nothing democratic about that June 12th. That was the day democracy actually died. Democracy is when the people vote, they count their votes, and their vote matters. Their vote is actually what they got. That wasn't what happened. They stole the vote. They annulled the election. That was not democracy. It was stolen. It was taken. It was withheld from MKO Abiola. So why the hell are they naming it Democracy Day? What is democratic about that? It's more like the death of democracy in Nigeria. Yeah, that works. The death of democracy in Nigeria. They should rename it, because there was nothing democratic about June 12th. There was nothing. And this 2023, Tinubu redefined democracy. Money of the people, stolen from the people to buy the people. Saddam always says 2024 will be the best year under Tinubu. Allah. Elokole. It's fact. Honestly speaking. That's the sad truth. With the way things are right now in that country, things are getting worse every day. This morning I woke up to see another news. Is it Plus Share or something like that? A $400 million company left Nigeria. And you ask some APC people. iShare, yeah. You ask some APC people or their economic analysts, they come talk nonsense. Say,
Jimmy, please, I want to take this conversation to democracy and military, please. I hope you're dropping it in towards that angle, please. I really want.
Oh yeah, I'm going there. I'm pushing it to that area. Everybody is buru. Most of all the companies we've been mentioning, Guinness New, what's the name of this? Liver Brothers. Which other one? All the companies that basically left Nigeria. JSK, that's the one I've been trying to crack my head. Thank you, my brother. JSK. These companies, they were here. They came here. Most of them came here during the military era. They came here during the military era. Some of them were even here before the military era. And they were doing wonderfully well. People have been bringing out newspapers, old school newspapers, for you guys to see how life was then and now. There was one I actually saw. Trip to London. You do shopping, accommodation, everything, 400 naira. Lagos to London, 7 days. You spend 7 days, hotel, day there, feeding, day there, everything, day there, transport fare, day there, everything, 400 naira, to and fro in Nigeria. Under military, life was easy. Under military, come on. If I start remembering the things people were doing under military regime, you can't compare it to now. In case you don't notice, another thing about that portrait, very soon there's going to be a statue. Very soon there's going to be a statue. And these are traits. These are blueprints. Yeah, that's the right word. These are blueprints. Traits of a tyrant, a dictator. Keep watching. These are traits of a tyrant, a dictator, a totalitarianism government. They will start to tell you now, before now, when you want pass certain road now, you have to bow. As soon as they drive, you have to bow. Wicked don't they tell people make them go take bow in front of the oracle. The oracle himself. Kiss the ring. People don't understand what is going on in Nigeria. Sometimes ago we mentioned it on Vawulence Space. Military regime is better than what is going on right now. You guys don't understand. And the fact is that they make it sound democratic. But there is nothing democratic about this. Nigeria has been hijacked. Nigeria is being controlled by demons. Nigeria is being taken over by a drug freaking dealer. Saddam, I saw your tweet about him not seeing the drugs that were burnt. Oh, yeah, I hope not. I hope not. And if there's a possibility that the new plane they want to buy for him now, maybe they will do GPS tracking, less GPS tracking system there. So he go fit they fly. This one no radar go fit catch this one now. Because you're dealing with a drug dealer. You're dealing with a government that is still begging the American government not to release Tinubu's FBI, DEA, CIA, and FBI criminal record as at yesterday. Yesterday. And we've been asking the question, what exactly has this man done? Kininto he built Lagos. What did he build in Lagos? What exactly did he build in Lagos? The reason why people are emphasizing on military regime is because every single thing, all the landmarks, the major infrastructure in that country, not just Lagos, in that country, were built during military era. All you did was to lay the foundation of how the Lagosian money or monies can make its way into your pocket. You laid the pipe. That was what he did. That was what Tinubu did. He laid the pipe, and whoever stands in his way, he takes them out. The only governor that had 2 deputies. If you don't align with him, out. You're dealing with a demigod. You're dealing with a drug dealer. And for you to know how these people operate. You watch all these, all these cartel movies now. Go and watch. Go and refresh your brain and understand how this man operates. A lot of things, or more. Saddam, it just occurred to me when NC's made that breakdown on Tuesday that all the uncompleted projects in Nigeria, over 15,000 of them, or 200 and something thousand of them thereabouts, but it will cost 15 trillion naira to complete every single one of them. And the Lagos coastal highway, the way they want to do is 17 trillion. What is it going to cost them to use that? You see, misplaced priority at the highest order. That is going on right now. Misplaced priority. And for a government that is so insensitive to the suffering people are going through in Nigeria, all you could do is to throw a democratic, a disastrous democratic display of shame yesterday at Eagle Square. One of the parade bikes, like say petrol finish inside that bike. What a shame. And did you see the breakdown of how much millions was budgeted for the nonsense that happened yesterday? And they had a party. They had a dinner afterwards in a hall. All of them were all seated, looking all fresh, looking all fresh in their agbada. Bunch of thieves. Old thieves. All of them. They don't want the betterment of that country. All they care about is them, their family, their kids, and their money. Don't wait for Peter Obi to come and do anything. Peter Obi is not going to tell you to hit the streets. Peter Obi will not come on TV and tell you it is time. Uzobu, that will never happen. But what I don't like about what happened yesterday, which is I already made a tweet about it, is the fact that he used the word that a lot of obedience didn't like. That the tweet was absolutely unnecessary. And my take on that is that, yeah, in as much as it was absolutely unnecessary, I still love the fact that he put it out there and people had to drag him. And it was a vivid example of what he's been saying, that, look, these people too, they drag me. And it was vivid to everyone. It was vivid to the public yesterday that, yes, it was dragged. But dragging should have limit. To someone you look up to someone you call your leader, to someone you call your principal, you should have limit. That is where I stand. No one is undraggable. We know that, and we always say that on the space. But we need to we need to draw a line to it in that aspect. So I say to you, my lovely Vawulencers, lovely obedient, in as much as we don't like some things that our principal do, he's still our principal. You can make a tweet about it, express yourself, and let it go, please. Because the marketing aim is not good for the movement. The marketing aim is not good for the optics. We're here to gain our country back, and we will. And for us to do that, we need a figure, we need an icon, we need a leader that has everything it takes to take us there. And the only person that can do that right now is Peter Obi. The only person I can trust in Nigerian politics atmosphere is Peter Obi. So please, guys, let us have that at the back of our mind every single time. But regardless, we should still be ourselves. I mean, obedience are untamable, so let's leave it that way. Let us leave it that way. Thank you. And I love his interview yesterday on Arise TV. It was beautiful. It was beautiful, diplomatic, and Peter B is a man of the people. I love the responses and the way Charles was tossing the question at him. It was throwing it back. It was throwing it back.
A lot of people were expecting him to say something when he mentioned Wale Soyinka. I love the way he responded. I love it. He's not going to call Soyinka out. What's the problem? We will call him out. Torí adìyẹ funfun tí ò bá mọ rẹ̀ lágbà ó máa ń tẹ́ ni. Okay? Ọwọ́ ọmọdé ò tó pẹ́pẹ́ tá a gba ọwọ́ kèrègbè. Ọmọdé gbọ́n àgbà gbọ́n la fi dálẹ̀ ẹ̀fẹ̀. That is the fact. It will take both adults, young and old, to fix a country. If you know you are old, if you know you are too old for that country, please just keep quiet. Don't toss your old age in front of us. What has your old age benefited the country? What has your old age benefited the country? Nothing. Nada. The country is going to shit. And everything you can talk about is your age. Your age. You don't talk to elders. Elders already buruku. We're not going to take that anymore. We need to take our country back, and that is it. No going back. That is it. Edo election upcoming. Saddam, I don't know what you want to do regarding that, but whatever it is, I'm with you guys. I'm here to support. And lastly, General Lucci's take back. Sorry, rescue Operation Rescue Nigeria is still ongoing, and a lot of people have been giving positive feedbacks, and it is still going strong, but we can do more. We can reach out to more people. I think the first week we were able to reach out to about 50,000 people, and still ongoing. And same goes with Dr. Akina. And if you are interested, you can contact General Lucci or Dr. Akina. They have more details. I'm sure Doctor will come up later on to speak more about that. If you want to support the movement in one way or the other, you can print flyers. You can print out letters because we have flyers, letters to support. I think is the printing still 13 naira or 35 naira? I know the one in Lagos is 35 naira, and the one in other states are 13 naira or thereabout. But Dr. O will come up and explain further, regarding that, and maybe before the end of the space, he will do that. Well-meaning Nigeria, I can see that I'm probably busy. Hopefully, when you come up, we'll talk more about that as well. Welcome to Vawulence Space Thursday edition, guys. Nice having you around here. I see the regulars. Auntie Bolanle, welcome. Ari, Dr. Olu, I see you. Dreams, Eze, I see you. Zari, Chimeze, Adebayo, Sarah, Steven, the real housewife, I see you. Millie, I see you. Roy, Jobedient, John Ville, Barrister Juliet, Blastic, Sweet Angel, Anka Dede, God's will, Nosray, Dan, God's will, Mazi, Polonia, my brother, I see you. Call me Lexi, Olawumi, Grace, Elt is Wealth, Mary White, Peter Obi, Justice. I see every single one of you. God bless you. Thanks for coming. Vawulence Space Thursday edition. Thank you. Back to you, Saddam.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you very much. Wonderful submission as usual, guys. I just stumbled. Okay, before I jump on the tweet, I stumbled on. Please, guys, reach out to one of us. It's been a very torrid period for him, and he lost his brother today, Malam Jabir, to Nigeria. And that's Nigeria happening to you. You can just wake up in the morning and you just step out your feet out of the house, and Nigeria can just happen to you. The lawlessness in the country is just something else. Please, so if you know Malam Jabir, please reach out to him in this time of grief. He lost his younger brother to a drunken policeman that shot him to death. That's how crazy Nigeria can be. I know some people say, but they have police brutality in other parts of the world. You see, it happens across the world, but it's very rare. And you might necessarily see reasons for it. You don't see drunken police even in America just go and shoot up somebody. It's crazy, and that's where we are as a country. You might just wake up tomorrow morning and you're walking out in that country, and Nigeria will happen to you. It is that Nigeria happening to our people is what we are trying to stop. And it can be, these are things that could be fixed in less than a year. This is not building bridge or building coastal road. This is you fixing systems of checks and balances that can checkmate this. You can set up structures, and these are the low-hanging fruit that we expect from any serious government. Reforms. Reforms do not, it doesn't take you 10 years to reform an institution. But when you have people that are just criminals that are going to the to government to steal, you can never get reform. All you will get is the same set of all they just do is come in, find one of their cronies, probably one of the policemen that was guarding them when they were governors or probably when they were commissioners or ministers, and turn that person to be the IG of police. And they say they have brought reform. It is crazy how the Nigerian system works and operates. And every day, Nigeria keeps eating our own. In the democracy yesterday, in Enugu State, we lost over 25 Nigerians. On the checkpoint, people that are just traveling. So honestly speaking, that country, that I know, I don't understand. I don't. If we, our generation, don't change this country, we have failed. We have failed. Let me just read one of the tweets from one of my favorite content creators and cartoonists, comedians back in the day, Frank Donga. You all know Frank Donga of those days. And he said 21 billion to renovate one politician's house. A few more billions for some yachts, luxury cars, foreign trips and allowances, all for a small group of people that produce no goods nor have exclusive ability. But defenders are online 247 to sing their praises. Some of those defenders are on this space right now. You defend people that are stealing your future and the future of your children because they are from your tribe or your religion. That is your only affinity to them. That is your only affiliation to them. There is nothing that connects you to Bola Ahmed Tinubu that he speaks your language or that he bows to the same God you think you bow to. Nothing else connects you to these people. He's really testing us to the point that he said the yacht and is low. Let him now get new private. We have is it 9 or 11 fleets in the presidential jets? 9 or 11, I think. I don't want to say. I don't want to oversay it. I think it's that 9 or 11 in the presidential jet. They want to buy more presidential jets, not Nigerian Air, jet for Bola Ahmed Tinubu. In the midst, these are those, and they ask you, what do Peter Obi have done different? In the midst of this, in now that Nigerians are seeing hell. Bola Ahmed Tinubu's mind is about buying private jets. Somebody said that his juju man has sent. He sent his juju man to test Nigerians. Because honestly speaking, there is no way we are taking this thing with our mind. Let me do one more thing before I run up to the speaker. I read a tweet. I like sharing Nigerian tweets so that Nigerians can understand. We are also giving our fellow Nigerians platforms to speak. For many of you that come here to listen to yourself, I want to read something to you guys. Say they okay, after Peter Obi's interview yesterday, where Peter Obi was saying number 10 Downing Street is 3 rooms. I mean, 4 rooms, where the Prime Minister of British people that have like 10 times our economy lives in 3-bedroom or 4-bedroom flats. Peter was not saying that you're building a 21 billion for a Kashim Shetima. God damn it. Somebody now said, I think one of our popular handles here said this. He said, you said this man did not convince you why he should be president. It will not be well with you. Under that comment, somebody made a very profound tweet. I want to read that before I open up the space. He said, there were about 3 groups of people who supported/campaigned for Tinubu during the last elections. Even though I grouped all of them into one, I call them the children of the roasted corn. He grouped them up there. And probably if you're here listening, you find yourself in one of these groups. The frauds. These were only supporting him because they were positioning for gains within the government. Not all of them were successful, and you see them crying foul today. The tribal/religious bigots I just talked about earlier on. This group had and has no remedy. They are still standing on the killer mandate, and they will probably die there. Amen. These ones have no business with progress. They were born to suffer. The dimwits on the ladder of mental capacities, these are the dreads. Amazingly enough, you can find them in many professional positions: lawyers, doctors, engineers, PhD holders. Let me add that one. Accountants, etc., etc. These fools were of the delusion that they had superior thinking. And then they think, say, we shall be, what is Peter B bringing to the table? What is, they don't ask that question. Peter B has not convinced me. Peter B has not convinced me. A man that was going around speaking on different podiums, on different platforms, everywhere he can find this. Any camera Peter B see, he go jump on top, talk. Tinubu that did not do one debate, one convinced you. No wahala, I'll be here to talk about this and more. Guys, please, let's...
Bro, I just checked for you now. 10 fleets.
10
10.
what?
10 fleets. Presidential fleets.
10, God bless
And
you.
10. And they want to buy 2. Because Tinubu and Shetima no fit share one now.
Hi!
Tinubu and Shetima no fit share one now.
Good.
So they want to buy 2. But let me say this real quick. You know, I maybe it's been a long time I've said it. But to my fellow Yoruba brothers and sisters, you see, there is something they call wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, and that is ogbon imo atoye. When we call someone onilakayi or omoluabi, to many of you guys, omoluabi means ọmọ ẹni ò lè ṣèjì bẹ̀bẹ̀rẹ̀ ká gbélé kẹ̀sí di ọmọ ẹlòmíì irọ́ ẹranko ní, and you don't have to be Yoruba for you to be an omoluabi. As long as you have the uprightness, the attitude, the characteristics of being an omoluabi. May I remind you, the attribute of an omoluabi, the first one is lakayi, application of wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Ogbon imo atoye. As I said earlier on, Pitobi possessed this, and he has shown it, he has proven it. The second one is iwa. You have to have a good character. Integrity. You don't go to Osun people and tell them, I'm richer than you guys. Molirai. In as much as Pitobi has the money he has, you cannot say, hey, this man, he boasts about how much he has. You've heard him speak in public about how his kids don't even go out with cars. He tell them, go and work. I work for mine, you go work for yours. The third one is Akinkanju. Akinkanju, to be a valor. What Pitobi has been doing so far, when Saddam said Pitobi is strong, it's not just by might. Mentally, morally, psychologically, physically, this man is strong. Do you know what it is to go through all the things he's going through right now? And he keeps saying it anytime he comes on spaces. So you're complaining that you don't want to know what they are doing to me. They are tracking him, they are intercepting his calls, they are freezing all his bank accounts, they are making life miserable for him, but he still keeps going. Akinkanju Omokunrin, that is what he is. The fourth one is Anishelapa. Pitobi has a job, he has a business. You can say, yes, this is what this man is doing, this is what's been producing, this is what has been bringing him money. Some people call him an alcoholic bureau. They call him hero alcohol producer. At least he's doing something. Can you tell me what exactly Tinubu does? Can you point to one particular business Tinubu does that is his own, not the one he has used the Lagos money to steal or to embezzle? Tell me one. The fifth one is E. Honor. Wherever he goes, in the plane, at the airport, wherever he goes, that is honor. People want to take pictures with him.
Mm-hmm.
People want to be around him. People love this man. And it's the man you claim did not win that election. Am I one about Anko? I want about Atole, the falling mannequin. No one wants to have anything to do with him. Are you seeing all the international pictures we are seeing? The shameful pictures of world leaders ignoring this man. They don't even want to have anything to do with him. Anything to do with him is just a diplomatic flaw. That is what it is. And the sixth one, which is to me the last, is Owo From the work he does, from the businesses he's doing, you can tell, okay, this man has the money. And he uses the money to do something good. Building balls, giving people money, buying food stuff for people. Do you know how much this man has given out? And he did not win election. How many boreholes he has done across the country? Okay, the man that you claim win the election, what exactly has he done to you? What exactly has he done to your people? Àmọ́ gbogbo yín, ẹ kọrí síbì kan náà, ẹ sùn síbẹ̀ wá ń falala. Ẹ ń ṣèkórè àwọn olórí burúkú. Ẹ máa wá kóra yín sí ẹ máa ṣàjọ̀dún àwọn wèrè. You guys to speak the truth to yourself. Àmọ́ irọ́, you won't speak the truth. Ẹ ti jẹ dòdò, ẹ lè sọ dòdò. Ayé gbogbo yín ti bàjẹ́. Òótọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ ọmọ ìyá àsọkúsọ ni. Àbọ̀rọ̀ là ń sọ fọ́mọlúàbí tó bá dé inú ẹ̀ ó máa dodindi. Kò lè dodindi nínú tẹ̀yìn náà torí inú yín ti jàn. But back to the topic, Saddam. Thank you so much. I just had to say that because a lot of them are just mad people. Bunch of mad people, honestly speaking. Back to you.
Thank you very much, bro. Let's run on to the space, guys. Thank you for the patience and everything. Let's just run up with the conversation, please. Our topics are broad as usual. You must not speak on all the topics. I will do this in 5 minutes each, please. You can just touch on one. You can touch on the three in 5 minutes. But our advice, I will say, if I were you, can focus on one and drum it in 5 minutes in. And but for me, I would really love to get perspectives of Nigerians on democracy or military era. It's one topic I really want to know how people think. How what if you lived through the military era, and if you could come share your experience to Nigerians to understand the difference. So let's not be that we are here trying to say things that we did not experience. But we can always read books. We can always see things. Cost of products then and now. Things that were built then and now. These are those indices that we are using to compare. But if you lived through that period, please come out today and talk about it. If you have more information about it, let us know. So let me run real quick right with the space. Let me bring in Mombolale real quick right about now. Mombolale, good evening, ma. Welcome to the Violence Space. How are you doing today, ma?
Good evening. You can hear from my voice. Summer and no sun. I don't tire for this weather. I'm all right, thanks. I hope you're okay. Uh, Jimmy, I hope you're okay. Everyone on the space, good evening from my side. Saddam, check WhatsApp. Come back and tell me yes or no. Right. So I'm not. Before I lose my voice completely, I am gonna just talk very briefly. Right. In terms of the military era,
Yes, please. Yes, ma.
okay, right. When I initially, when my mom brought us back to Nigeria for the first time, it was a military. I think Obasanjo was the head of state then, right? And I was none the wiser. As much as I think I was almost done kind of almost through primary school at the time. I just know around that there was still money, there was water coming out of the taps, and although there was NEPA, because that I can remember being, so I saw, they turned on hurricane lanterns. I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. But then again, when I think about it, it came when we went to Nigeria. It was just after the miners' strike here in the UK, where they scheduled blackouts when the coal miners were holding the UK government by the balls, right? So when we got to Nigeria, that was what we saw. But I do know that when I left Nigeria to return to the UK, I think Babangida was head of state. So I witnessed the 1979 to 1983 civilian government. And obviously, I'm from Lagos State. And I know that my governor, Latif Jakonde, in fact, there is no governor in Lagos that has done as much as that man did in his first term. I mean, I know later life he kind of compromised a little bit, but back then he really, and Lagos, we saw the level of development. So to a certain degree, Lagosians enjoy dividends of democracy at that time, right? But I remember the first when the overthrew was Buhari. Mm. And to say I remember how brutal this guy was at the time. Yeah. And I have a kid, and that's why when he wanted to do his second coming, I was like, you people are mad. But the problem we have is when you look back, it's easy to, in hindsight, yeah, we look back. I remember the time of that particular administration was horrid. They were doing war against indiscipline. If you cross the road, they will whip you. If you don't do this, they will whip you. It's like at the time, I kept on asking my mom and stepdad, do they see Nigerians as animals? Because why is it every excuse to come and be whipping people? I remember then the press, they gagged the press and all the rest of it. It was horrible. But having said that, is this not what we're experiencing now? Right. The very reason why they said they overthrew the Second Republic was because they said it was corrupt. Right. If people were corrupt, we were still seeing development. And even when the military administrators, as bad as each of them were, right, they still developed the country. And I can look back and I was like, okay. I remember when they started the 3rd million bridge, I didn't see it open. Right. I remember some of the things, right? And I kept on saying to myself that Second Republic, maybe compared to military regime was better, was good. You see this Fourth Republic, in fact, it's worse than the military regime because we have animals, politicians, the ones that are normal, they no reach 2%, right? And the ones that are good are less than point 0.00 something percent, right? Because this one, back at least, at a point, as much as we lambasted Jonathan, I didn't, because at least I looked at what he did, right? At least the PDP was even if they were corrupt, they would not say they're doing a contract and swallow the whole money. Right? They will at least they will pretend and start something, right? They will still, all the indices were going in the right direction. You see, the people we have now, let's not continue to fool ourselves. We are not in a democracy, right? Democracy flew out of the window in 2015. Whatever semblance we had, right, left in 2015 because you decided to bring back your people. I don't understand Nigerians. You're looking for strong men, and it speaks to the point that Saddam was making about PO. This is too tough decision. No. You people keep on asking. This is how you people wanted a strong man in 2015. How far? Now, you now open the door for this monster that we have, this demon that we have now. We're not in, this is not democracy. Then dash the West back their democracy because everything, when you people say misplaced priority, are you saying that to start with, they want to prioritize anything other than their own selfish interests? Oh, it's not misplaced priorities for them. For them, that is their priority. Because if that wasn't the case, a whole United States of America has two planes, Air Force One and the other one, the VP they take. In the whole, that is what they have. And America, as big as they are, as big as their economy is, as the position they take in the world, now only 2 they get. Niger already has 10. Abi, Jimmy, 10 you said, right? And they want to purchase 2. They were never there for you me, for the common man. It was always about them. Right? But we made enough noise about it. Right. So let us stop looking for strong men all over the place. Every time in our history when we've had a strong man, now suffer we suffer. Buhari's first and second coming. As if it has not taught you people a lesson, nothing, absolutely nothing will. And in terms of PO on our rights, I love PO, Sha. You see, when they say that people who are witty have a higher level of intelligence, they know they lie. Because PO knows how to answer. They throw something at him. Right? When PO says it, you think PO did not, the PO did not answer Shoyinka, he did now. After all, did PO not say that when he is his age, he too will not do something that will make the younger ones insult him? He said that. Right? When they threw Soludo at him, did he not answer? He answered now. He said when he didn't promise to make Anambra State Dubai, Taiwan. The person that promised it to go and they did what he promised the people, he delivered on. And he has evidence. Right? It's like when they said about first year in office, I saw somebody was like, I'm like, somebody said, what does it do? PO say he has done excellently well. I'm like, hey, shaking can coin context. Context matters. He said he did it, but he said he did not, and he reeled off stats. You do not think about it, right? I mean, it's like, here's a man, and I keep on saying, when somebody will say something the other day, I said it's not our fault. It's because the man makes himself available. That is why all of you want to use him to you like toothpick. Did I drag him yesterday? I did. I said it to him that my dear senior brother, at the end of the day, there's certain thing the man fall, boju, which means eyes face forward, don't look, right? Because when MKO is dealing with him from the grave, why are you saying, oh, all of us will get old? I beg go. There is no. I was like, in my mind, I was like, Pio, when you're old, there is no falling around in your own destiny, because you have not done anything that will cause it, but then that's as far as I would go. I will not disrespect him. I mean, it's like, at the end of the day, right? I don't need a hard man. I don't need a man who will be spitting fire. The one he is spitting, I like his witty violence. I like the way he, in fact, by the time he finishes, everybody go collect. And they will now need to listen to it again to see how they collected. That's the kind of person we need. At the end of the day, we need somebody who's going to deliver dividends of democracy. If we have one left in 2027, right? And he is the one. And if you heard that intro that Charles did, he a young person, that the youth believe that can do it, right? And by all indications, he can. Right, so here's the thing. If you look for strong man, make sure they remember, say, strong man was Buhari, and see where he left us. Stop looking for strong men. Strong man isn't wickedness, right? A strong man is somebody who has that strength of character, right? Who will be unyielding in their principles, who would say, look, this is what I'm going to do, and regardless of them being under pressure, would do it. That is the kind of strength that we need. All this one that you people are talking about, I don't understand. Anyway, that's it. That's all I'm saying on the topic. But having said that, right, I'm going to have to apologize really quickly. We did a competition, essay writing competition, if you remember, Nigeria of Our Dreams. I do sincerely apologize. All sorts of things happened, and then we had to host PO, and so we kept on pushing it back, right? And so, I know some people have DM'd me and said, who has won and all the rest of it. So I can say now that we have winners, right? And we have 3 winners, and we're still going to post their essays so that they can people can read why we chose them. right? So the first person who came first is Asker Briefon Gideon. If I have massacred your name, Gideon, wherever you are, I beg no vex. And then instead of a second and third, we have a joint second. Iffy, and the other person was Obiora Victor. So what we're going to do is we're going to publish their essay so that you all get to read about the Nigeria of their dreams. And I would then ask those people to please DM me if you can, or DM, I mean, sorry, yeah, DM me, uh, with your account details, and we will make the payments, your price, the prices. I don't know how we're gonna sort it, Saddam, because obviously we were hoping for first, second, and third.
How much is the winning prize, Auntie Bolanle?
I think the winner was gonna get it was 100K or 150. I can't even remember. Uh,
Jesus.
Saddam, what is Jesus? You are
100,000.
yeah. Why?
Ah. Nígbà bá Tinubu yìí 100,000. Yay. Ah.
No,
Well, I think that is good. That
I
is good.
mean,
It's
they're
encouraging.
making something, and hopefully, when we're more focused, we'll do more competition,
Yeah.
and get people, So yeah, so once we have their detail, and I will get the editorial team to post their essays, so you can all have a read, and it'll be nice to see, your comments on it, right? But yeah, so that's that. Let me yield back to Saddam at this point.
Thank you very much, Mami. Thank you. Please, I think if you could make a tweet with the names of the winners, it will be better so we could put it on Jumbotron, because some people will not know that you've used your Cockney accent to murder their names, and they will not even know what you that you call them. So please, just make a tweet with that. Let's put it on Jumbotron so they can go and find their names. Did you call Omado? Hey. It's you. All right, guys, let's go back to the conversation. Please, when you come up here, let's talk about democracy or military rule. What do you prefer? Where are you standing on this debate? Let's have this conversation. I know, as standards, I know that our military self, Nigeria, the head, the touch. Let me bring you my brother, Zos. It's good to have you back on the platform, back to back. Let me hear Zos' voice twice in a week.
Satan.
See the yeah man. Go they change name. I am the
Saddam and Jimmy. My respected
scam.
elder brothers.
Mm?
My leader.
My my respected elder brothers.
My leader.
Nigerians, like Shege. They never show you na Shege. No go rest. Anyways, good to be on the violence space. Saddam, my brother, and everybody on the speaker and the listener section. Lovely submissions. As always. So I'll just talk a little bit about the democracy and the military era, because even though I was quite young during the military era, there were a lot of things that at my young age I was able to see. Some of them were good, some were stories that we heard not too good, quite all right. In every regime, every administration, be it civilian or military, there are good and there are bad, uh, things that happen. So, first of all, why did the military even take over the country in the first place? Or let me say, why did Buhari take over from the civilians? It was because of corruption. After Obasanjo handed over, please correct me if I'm wrong. The promise that I think was Shagari made, it was going to make Nigeria, blah blah blah, this and that, and then they came in and the civilians at the time, they started their shenanigans, and it wasn't really a good time. There was inflation. There were, a lot of things that could have been done differently, which weren't, and that was what prompted the military to actually come back into power. Quite all right, you know. However, I would say that the little time that I experienced military rule, Nigeria was way, way better than even 10, 15 years ago. Nigeria was way, way better because petrol was stable. The price wasn't skyrocketing, even though I remember clearly that you would need some sort of allocation. They were allocating liters to people actually, during the military. Military was tough. I no go lie, military tough. But it better pass waiting with the see today. It better pass 150,000%. Because everybody knows that they must comport. You na military, you be okay. You must organize yourself. You cannot misbehave. You cannot do anyhow. Because if you do anyhow, you will see anyhow and you will collect on a wotorically level, you know. But now what we have is people who are just gluttons, who want to eat and they don't care about anything. During military, there were civil rights abuses, quite all right. There were, you know, people who had their hands high and they did all sorts of things. But we saw the progress that Nigeria was making. Even though it was slow, it was not retarding, just as we have it now. Now Nigeria is retrogressing. In the military era, Nigeria was progressing baby steps. I would say baby steps, giant steps, whatever steps. But the cocoa was Nigeria was moving in a forward direction. There was infrastructure development. There was education. Education was good under the military. Education was not as we have it today. People were giving contracts, even though they will inflate the figure of the contract or they would change the specifications midway, but they will still try and deliver the contract small for you before they begin to chop. Now it is free for all, free to air, just chop, 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 chop. A very good friend of mine told me that he was given a contract and they called him back to say, this contract, you are going to give us 90%. Imagine a contract of 100 naira, you are going to give us back 90 naira, and then the remaining 10 naira, you just do whatever you want to do and forget about it. And he asked them, like, what if EFCC comes back? He said, don't worry, EFCC, they'll deal with it. Imagine that is the country we live in now. So now people are issuing contracts to their companies. I mean, it was more organized. The stealing was more organized. The corruption was more organized during the military, where you go and get your brother's company, open your company for your brother, and then give the contract. Now, they are sitting on the board of director of a company and you are working in government parastatal and you are issuing contract to that same company. I have never ever heard this type of thing before in Nigeria. Never. Until this APC government came. Military era, they will share petrol. They will tell you to go and, meet whoever, get allocation. There were long lines of queues, quite all right. But we all know why some of those things happened. We all know why some of those things happened. It wasn't because the petrol was readily available at some point, you know. But here now, there's no explanation of even the subsidy now. Nobody is talking about subsidy money. Is gone. Subsidy money is gone, but they are still paying subsidy. So with the military, Nigeria was making progress little by little. We weren't where we expected to be at every point in time. No, we were not. But there was some form of progress that was being made under the military rule. I remember clearly I was on my way back to my mom's shop 1998 when I heard that um, Abacha had died. And there was serious jubilation. Everybody was happy, you know, because of what they perceived Abacha to be. That brutal man who was, doing whatever he wanted to do, who the cap fits, blah blah blah, you know. But if you look back now, honestly, I wish the military had continued. In my opinion, and please, this is my opinion, I wish the military had continued. I wish Abdul Salam had continued like that for maybe another 10 years or 5 to 10 years. I wish he had continued for 5 to 10 years because Abdul Salam, I think, I may be wrong, I think Abdul Salam would have done something reasonable, laid a very solid foundation for the civilians to come and take over. And even though civilian rule came, it was still some sort of pseudo military rule because we had a military man who was in power. And he set standards. If you fuck up, he will treat your fuck up. He set those standards. We know there was corruption, but he set standards that corruption was something that was hidden, like you had to hide, and you had to make sure you tie every loose knot. Every loose ends have to be tied if you want to be successful in pulling any corruption stunts during Obasanjo era. Unfortunately, we then had Yara Adua, who was doing excellently well. But the hands of death came and took him and gave us the quote unquote weak president that people drove away for the hard man to take over power in 2015. But where has that led us to as a country? It has led us into the abyss. Nigerians, we are in the abyss, so I can't even lie. I can't even lie. Because imagine living in a country where nothing works. Everybody you speak to is complaining. Yet some sycophants, some idiots are coming to sing praises. Fake pseudo praise, fake praises they are coming to sing. What has Tinubu done? He has brought petrol from 280 to 700, and some people are jubilating and they are happy about it. But they will go to that same filling station and go and complain. Military rule would have helped Nigeria from 99 onwards. It would have saved Nigeria a lot of problems that we are facing today. Talk about the dollar. The dollar was, how much was the dollar? Dollar was less than 100 naira. Throughout when military was ruling, dollar did not see 100, did not get up to 100 naira. Then a flight in the mid to late 90s, a flight to London would be about, let's just say 10, 15, 20,000 naira. A brand new car will be maybe 50,000 naira for a brand new car. Although 50,000 naira was plenty of money and not everybody could get that type of money, but people were still surviving. People were still living, even with the minimum wage, they were still living, they were still managing themselves. Now, how does somebody want to manage with even 100,000 naira salary? A lot of my friends I speak to every day, they are getting 100K, 200K, 300K, 500K, but they are still complaining and telling you that nothing is working. They cannot do anything with that money. And yet, people are coming to praise this regime, this administration, and praise the APC for whatever nonsense that they are doing. For me, I think, and I will say this with my full chest, young Nigerian soldiers that took over the country in the 60s and set the country on the path that we are currently on. We have people who have those spirits in the army. If they are listening to me now, please, we need an intervention from the military. We need an intervention from the military. Military rule should probably come back. Yes, there's going to be brutality, blah, blah, blah. All these things will maybe happen. It may. That is the fear of the unknown. It may happen, but it will it will reduce a lot of the rubbish that we are facing today because now the civilians of Shagari time is like they reincarnated, and that is what we are facing today. People who have no fear, they have no fear. As in, there's even no rule of law now in the country. Everybody does what they want to do. I was chatting to a friend who he got a contract, and as the contract started, somebody saw the potential of the contract and went and stopped the contract, withdrew. Imagine that you have signed a contract and somebody went and stopped it and withdrew that contract from you and gave it to his own company. I've never heard that under military rule because things were done properly, orderly. There was orderliness in the country. If you go to the barracks, you know how you comport, you know how you arrange yourself. If you're on the streets, you know that you don't need to fuck up. Otherwise, you will be dealt with. You know that thieves were dealt with. Now bandits are roaming the streets. Bandits are having a freeway. Whatever is happening now, I can't explain it. Anybody that can explain it, please come up. Please come up and explain it. Because
Bandits get TikTok accounts now.
imagine TikTok, when we say DSS go there now, they track people where they tweet. They go there for their domot, they track people where they tweet. But bandits go there, they post TikTok and nothing they happen.
Uh, Zos, which TikTok are they talk? Bandits don't they use drone? Drone.
Imagine,
They have drone now.
imagine, imagine. Would that happen during military? What did Buhari himself do to what is this group name? One group in Kano. What did he do to them? He decimated them. He decimated them. Any riot that's happening anywhere, before you know anything happen, army don't enter road. They don't colonize the whole streets. Everywhere don't calm. That was what was happening during the military. And guess what? It was civilians. It was civilians that were causing that all those riots in those days. It was the same civilians that are ruling us today. Some of them were part of the people causing all those riots. And the military will still come and quell it down and sort out the issues. But now look at what we have: Boko Haram, bandits, this one, that one. Everybody is coming out with their full chest. Nobody's even afraid again. Nobody's even scared. Even the military now, see civilians don't they even they challenge military, they challenge military. Look at what happened in Banner Express some weeks ago. Civilians they beat military. Can you ever think or hear that type of thing happen during military era? No, it won't happen. If you saw it happening, please come up and give us evidence. Give us evidence. So for me, military may have done better than what we have today, because the little that I saw, things were not good. Things were not good. I won't lie to you. Things were not good. People were complaining that things were better, you know, in previous years, but there was still progress. Unfortunately, there were sanctions because under military, a lot of these Western countries don't like the military regimes because they don't have their freeway. They don't have opportunities as much. So they put a lot of sanctions on Nigeria. We couldn't sell our crude. We couldn't trade in a lot of things. Embargo on this, embargo on that. You know, it was the windmill. If not for the windfall, if not for the windfall, I don't know what would have happened to Nigeria. If not for the windfall. But anyways, military rule, it definitely has its downsides. It has its upsides. Civilian rule, we hoped would have had more upsides, but today it is the worst thing that has happened to Nigeria since 2015. I won't say 99, because 99, we all of us are on the internet today because of Obasanjo's internet. So from 99 onwards to 2015, civilian rule was going in a good direction, but all of a sudden we made a 180 and we are where we are today. So civilian rule, I don't see the benefit. That's where I'll leave it for now. As per the Edo elections and PO's interview on Arise, I won't talk much on that because I'm sure my time is already up. So Saddam, my respected other brother Jimmy, well-meaning Nigerian, I see you. Welcome. Every speaker, listener on this space, God bless you. Thank you for listening to my submission. Saddam, I yield.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you, Omo. As you just say with your chest, you prefer military. Omo, it didn't knock me for a beam. Oh my goodness, thank you, my brother. So it's good to hear from you again. And then these are those narratives I really want us to have on the platform today. So people can be able to air their views. You know, it's a free for all. If you don't like it, I see some people doing thumbs down and the rest. If you don't like it, you can come out and say why you don't like it. I say this all the time. we must not all think alike. We must not all like the same thing, and we can all live to agree. It is very, very important. I'm just going to run real quick to my brother, Dr. Olu. I think he's in. He's about to do, and I think they have sent the criminal drug baron has been admitted to his hospital.
He
This
himself and Zari, I don't know who get problem
no, no,
pass.
no,
Zari
Dr.
is
Olu,
actually
more
meant to
urgent.
speak next. He keeps dropping. He keeps
Dr.
dropping. He
Olu,
keeps
I
more
dropping.
beg
So
urgent.
now,
after,
Jimmy,
all right,
down la
all right,
yakuri. Actually, actually,
all right.
well, I have to
Keep
just
him.
what I want to talk about is not even about the military and democracy. I actually want to focus on the way people talk about Peter Obi in terms of criticism. Honestly, Saddam, you have said a lot of things which I totally agree. And I was actually in a space yesterday. I just have to leave. We are very fortunate to have a leader in Peter Obi, a leader that is so passionate, so human, a leader that is so understanding, a leader that we think like he see us to be on his level. Let me put it like that. That it is like a very accessible and approachable, and that is what probably is giving a lot of us a privilege of as in easy to approach him or to talk to him. The point here is that I think NC's Jimmy have said it time with a number. I have never, for once, maybe let me say 10%, seen any Agbado man dragging Tinubu or talking about how, despite the several fumblings, several misbehaviors, a lot of nonsense these guys have done it since you ever know Tinubu. It is hardly for you to see any Agbado guys to talk about it. Fine, it's understandable for people to technically try to correct whatever you think you may not really feel fine with him. But opening a space and calling a 60-something-year-old man, former governor, in that kind of some derogatory statement yesterday, even in a space trying to say you fuck up, you fuck up. Who are you for crying out loud? I think these are the problem we had during the election. We are trying to build a reputation. We are trying to build a system. We are trying to build a foundation in such a way that we have a man that we can comfortably stand by. And yet, it's like you are building something and you are still using your hand to dismantle it. Thank God for that Arise interview yesterday, because that was one of the deal breaker that I think actually daft whatever agenda people were trying to portray yesterday. Of all the numerous things that happened yesterday, of all the fumbling, of all the negativity that Tinubu game was bringing to the system, of all those having a statue that looked like Kim Jong or what is his name of North Korea, people the same obedient, not even like Bado people start opening a space and start dragging a tweet that naturally reflects who Peter Obi is. After all, one of the major things we are all I think we are all probably angry with him is the time when we were trying to defend obedience or trying to talking to us anyhow, or trying to like stand line, trying to justify what we are doing, or trying to. These guys have learned and have moved on, but you cannot say because Obi's tweet in a very calmly manner. If you look at that tweet clinically, sorry for using medical term. If you look at that tweet in a very in a holistic manner, he still tries to yab this guy. Boy is not a typical person that we like show that is uncalled for, that does not have clout, that is just a useless guy to my own best of knowledge. So to me, I'm happy that with the dragging or whatever they want to call it, or the narrative they want to set yesterday did not really go well. If you want to, I don't think at this stage our focus should remain the issues. Our focus should we are opposition for crying out, we are in opposition for crying out loud. As long as Peter Obi did not directly talk to obedient in a very derogatory manner, I don't think we have any business. In fact, as he is fighting for his own, whatever he's fighting for, we should remain his own social media wing. How do you expect me as an obedient now opening a space or put something on my Twitter and or put something on my WhatsApp and started saying that Peter Obi is supposed to have done this and he has not done that? What kind of message are you trying to pass across? That should be the responsibility of Agbado people. That should not be the responsibility of you that you are truly an obedient. Forget about the fact that you have all this accessibility or all these kind of privileges that OPOB have given us in such a way that we can talk to him the way we like. That does not mean that we should not apply sense. A lot of things is happening in our country. Speaker of House of Representatives said 300,000 barrels of crude oil is being sold in every day. That is enough topic to even be discussing for the next 1 month. But no, it's Peter Obi tweet here, he messed up, he fuck up. He's not supposed to have. Who are you for crying out loud? How much do you have? I don't think that's my own personal understanding, because all people like me, I don't even usually report whatever he's tweeting. All I just like it and move on. Because I believe that is, I expect him to be at least man his own post. If he's in the attack, he's defend, let him do his work. Let him be doing the politicking. What we're supposed to be doing as an obedient is to constantly analyzing the failure of this government. Look at this useless portrait. What is the picture this Tinubu was putting? You can't do that kind of thing in United States or United Kingdom. Even in Ghana, you can't do that. Yet we leave all those useless charade, all those democracy flop of Peter of Tinubu. Then people now want to sit down on the mistakes of whatever Peter Obi have done. I don't think it's our responsibility as an obedient to be looking for Peter Obi mistakes. I don't think it make any sense. I don't think it make any sense. How will I be a loyal supporter of somebody, and the only thing I'm still doing is to be looking for his mistake and be analyzing it? Not you open a space. I don't want to say that kind of thing, but if you know that you find yourself in that kind of category, I think you need to rethink. Our responsibility, APC is killing us. I don't think some of us may be privileged not to be in the system. At least maybe we're not being in danger, but indirectly we are still being affected. Every day in my own hospital, I have to constantly prove myself that I'm capable. When they employ any Nigerian doctors, the first thing is that after a few months, that's when they start becoming comfortable that, okay, you are good. Because of the image. The issue of passport was taking a lot of it. Why do people celebrate being a citizen of a country? Somebody just posted a Titan, God congratulate me, I just become a US citizen. And everybody's saying congratulations. Why? Why are they congratulating the person if it's not an achievement? Why are many of us becoming very low law abiding in this part of the world just because we want to get that citizenship? So these are the things I think we should be talking about. We should not be looking. If Peter Obi travel to Edo State and hug Obaseki or anything, even if it does something that deeply within us we don't like it, it is the responsibility of the opposition to identify those flaws. It is not my responsibility as an obedient. It's like me going out and my father, as maybe your father is urinating in the public, and you now go to the man, you started analyzing that, you can see the way my father was urinating. Does that make sense? Or you come with a patient in the hospital and the patient probably has a mental illness and he's displaying it. And next thing for you are the one now even criticizing your patient, have to be compassionate. That is why people feel doctors are not compassionate enough, because you are expected to be more compassionate to your patient, not for you to be analyzing his flaws. So I think we have to, I think we are, this is 2000, this is more than 3 years, about 2 years now. I've dedicated all my life for this movement, for me to still be talking about this thing at this stage. OP is not infallible, for crying out loud. But it's not my responsibility. It's not our responsibility as an obedient to be analyzing his mistake. I think we need to understand that. I don't know why people keep on having that kind of what nonsense. Even if Obi said that, Mr. President, I'm sorry, it's not my responsibility to analyze it. Let Agbado people analyze his own mistake the way we to analyzing Atiku and this guy. Atiku make a tweet yesterday molesting this guy, talking rubbish about him. Even Agbado had no confidence to confront Atiku. They still find a way to manipulate it and insert Obi. And you, calling yourself an obedient, you are not analyzing his tweet in a way that you are making him look like a fuck up. Who are you that he can say fuck up? Who are you for crying out loud? If you are if you're a true loyal member of Peter Obi, fine. You can make that kind of disappointment. Many times I feel so disappointed. Me and AY, we talk on phone for 2 hours trying to analyze that, oh, he should have done that. But we will never come to the tweet line and start analyzing that Peter Obi messed up. What is the gain? Are you going to increase his popularity by saying that? When we have a lot of things affecting us. Tomato is so expensive. Ram is so expensive. This layer festive period is the one of the major things we're supposed to analyze to even shame the Muslim ticket. Cow is now 2.5 million. I know how much I sent to Nigeria last year for Salah. I know how much they are demanding this year. If not because somebody have trusted people in Nigeria, you think they want to dupe you. This is the issues that these are the issues we're supposed to be talking about. No electricity, no good roads. There are many people that died in there was an accident in as a result of military checkpoint in Enugu State. About 40 people died. Nobody's talking about those ones. Yet you now open a space trying to talk about just a tweet that Peter Obi tweet. What are you trying to achieve? Do you think because of that tweet is going to Peter Obi now change, now become an animal, you now become wicked, you now become so one? Obi cannot. That is the reason why many of us like him. He cannot be that person. If he's going to be a very rugged man, he will have been a rugged man from day one. And yet, when that comes, everybody will be praising that. That will not make any tweet in the next 6 months. When it comes now, people say, that will have been pressed. It doesn't work that way. At this stage, if you don't still understand who your principal is, then I'm very sorry, probably you are not that sensible enough to read the room and to know who your leader is. So my own conclusion is, I'm very sorry if I just felt that at this stage, you should be more tactical in the way you tweet and make any decision. We have a lot of problems facing Nigeria. A lot. Our image is so bad that you cannot understand it until when you have opportunity to live outside the country. I was telling people about all this issue of passport. I was not fitting in 2019 when I came for my exam, just because I forgot to mention December 3rd is my exam. I mentioned October 31. The guy just said, "You are from Nigeria, right?" I said, "Yes, just stay." That was my first time in Nitro. I spent more than 6 hours. They have to invite a medical doctor to come and confirm whether truly I'm coming for medical exams, just because I'm in Nigeria. So at the end of the day, and you expect me not to be law abiding and be very responsible in order for me to get something like British citizenship. So in my own understanding is that we can criticize him, but I don't think there are a lot of things to say. So I hope that people will learn, and I hope that we'll be more mature enough as we are progressing in this democracy journey. Thank you.
Dr. Olu, God bless you, sir. Thank you, thank you. I don't know whether you said it. You said it better than I would have said it. Honestly speaking, when we say these things, it looks like this person won. You just know it is just it is. I should call it obedient for emotional intelligence. Obedient for emotional. It is something that many of us lack. That is unfortunate truth. Emotional intelligence is a skill that many people lack. It is, and I probably will have to start selling it. So, or it's just insane. Our problems are just too much, but we focus on nonsense. Just let me find how I will get pull or push. You know, let's see how many likes or retweets. It's crazy. But thank you, my brother. You really hit that and you took it over. Everyone on this platform, it's painful. Oh, as you talk, many people don't go to like or give it thumbs up. But what you said is the truth, and that's the thing about the truth. It is bitter. It's a bitter pill that many people don't like to swallow. But if you know that our country as it is right now, with all with all what happened yesterday, your problem was Peter Obi's tweet. Honestly speaking, what you said, we have to really go and check yourself and check well. Something is wrong somewhere. I really buy your school of thought. Many people not like this you're saying about me. I like them. God bless you. Thank you. Let's go real quick. Let's bring in a lady. We will be just opposing these conversations. Lady one guy. Let's bring my sister Seyon. Seyon, good evening. How are you doing today?
My brother sat down. I do. Good evening. 1 minute, no ring that bell for me. Oh. My talk go long this night. So I'm going to talk about.
I beg, wait first. Wait. Make I even welcome my brother self. I beg, no verse. My head don't full. Well-meaning Nigerian. My brother. So look at me first. So go to somewhere that is less noisy, please. There's a lot of noise from your background. I don't know if you could change that. I know there's no lights. If you use a generator, if you just do your room, oh Nigeria, wow. Well-meaning, my brother. Welcome, my brother. It's good to have you here. You came late today. You see, it's part of the problem in Nigeria. Oh. You no fuel, so that means I had to use camel to come. And meanwhile, they want to buy private jets. Have you heard? Tinubu say 10 is not enough, that they have to be 12 to complete the numbers of the apostles. 12 apostles, 12 private jets.
I
Yes.
I the yes now they talk. I say okay. Oh God. Anyway, thank you very much, Adam, and good evening to good
Please
morning.
take it away from me, my brother. Go on. Thank you.
Yeah. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, good night to to everybody, depending on where you're spacing from. So, I mean, I have my takes on very brief take on the submissions, but because I know Sion was supposed to go, then I even think Zari Yusuf have been falling back and forth. So I'll just allow Sion go ahead, then Zari Yusuf, then I'll give my brief take, then we'll take it from there. Sion, you don't come up from Mulwe.
Now band Z I dey make na no vex. Manage me like that.
Go on.
So I want to talk about democracy, and I heard when Saddam said we could compare the military. I really do not have so much memories about the military because I think I was born during the Abacha time. Yeah, during Abacha, towards the end of Abacha regime, and the only thing my parents used to tell us then was don't talk anyhow, so they will not arrest us. For living. To be very honest, I've tried to think about it. I tried to think about it a few days ago, and I think my parents did their best to cover up. But I remember clearly that Marwa was the governor of Lagos. I remember Marwa's regime very well. And there was this popular saying in Lagos then that Marwa was running a chop I chop regime. Because the truth is, you see this Tinubu man, I can't remember any school he built. Me, I went to a public school in Lagos State. And most of the public school that he was laying claims to, it was Marwa that built it before he handed over to the
Was that just me?
No, that's not you. That
Okay.
is not just you.
Now that's Mulu and I happen.
My goodness, I saw that coming. I saw
Say,
that
I don't know if
coming.
you can hear us, but we can't hear you again. So maybe you probably drop and come back.
Well,
Okay,
Mini, please take
You
are you
can't
back?
hear me
the.
still?
Okay, you are back now. Can hear you.
Well,
Uh-oh.
Mini,
Anyway,
look after your health. Oh. You sound under the weather. You have cold.
Yeah. I have a code. Jimmy, how you
I
doing?
can tell. I
Yeah.
can tell.
I have a code. Go ahead, sir.
so what
It be like saying on my network, the help you say, because I don't mute, I don't hear you again. Say, okay, so maybe you should drop and come back, then we try it again. Zari, go ahead. Let's see on drop and come back.
Zari, are you there?
Zari, are you there?
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
go
I'm
on.
here. Yeah. Hello, Olu, Jimmy, Olu, everybody. Well meaning. Saddam. Let me as as quick as possible before something happens to my network again. And I hope I'm audible actually, so that
Yes, you are. Go ahead.
all right, yeah. So basically the comparison between the military and democracy. I think the peak of it would be the peak of what democracy would have been would be the 2023 election, and the peak of, at least in my comparison, and the peak of whatever the military regime entails would be. So by giving a backdrop, um, an understanding of what would have suit us best would be basically understanding why the West, particularly, or where we refer to as the West, were very comfortable with whatever rigging, whatever killings, whatever criminality, characterized the 2023 election, and how they were very quick in welcoming him. A number of us were outside the ICC. A number of us interfaced with the UN, and then of course we know the feedback and all of that, and we had a good understanding. It was pre-planned. So, who exactly is Peter Obi? Is he a soldier? Is he a dictator or whatsoever? What exactly was his problem? So, whatever defines democracy on the continent of Africa is not that government of the people, for the people, or by the people. What happens in the West is absolutely different. Around here, what we have are basically puppets who are well celebrated, and the very moment they attempt to develop a mind of their own, then they become something else. Robert Mugabe is a typical example. Now, the peak of military regime, uh, or the climax of it, was epitomized by Sani Abacha. Much as one way or the other, there is this Satan we see anytime the name Abacha is mentioned. But I will just say a few things, and I'm not trying to bring a debate about how he affected you or how he didn't. But during Abacha's regime, uh, what formed his foreign policy was national interest primarily. In other words, he didn't have a problem risking any sanction as far as he had the ACEs. A typical example is, although the Commonwealth will sanction Nigeria, that's after the unfortunate killing of the Ogoni Nine, and then there were a whole lot of things. But looking at what happened in Rwanda, you would notice that our intervention in places like Liberia and Sierra Leone, primarily, if you look at write-ups even by foreign researchers and all of that, they would tell you the only reason why Rwanda did not repeat itself in Sierra Leone and Liberia was because Nigeria stemmed it. And the reason Abacha did that was not just because he wanted to stop that, but because he had a very, very excellent understanding of what that meant if Western powers got into those countries as the people that were to broker peace. Liberia has given Africa a very good example of it, which is unfortunately what Africa failed to do in the case of Libya. So as a matter of fact, Obasanjo was not the first president in Nigeria to reinstate a foreign leader that was ousted by coup. Abacha did a similar thing. Now I'm just trying to give you an idea of what the name of Nigeria meant as at that time. We still had Bakassi. And then, we had a president that, despite all of the sanctions, he still had a grip on the economy. Of course, like I said, it will be a debate, and the whole idea is not to stir up emotions and all of that. But looking at what Nigeria is, whether as a country, in terms of, sovereignty, in terms of territorial integrity, in terms of our economy, in terms of our foreign policy, it has dwindled. When Obasanjo came in, I think when you read, if anybody has read Nasir El-Rufai's Accidental Public Servant, there was a place he was talking about something, even though a lot of people that played role in Obasanjo's government said a lot of the things he wrote there were lies. But when Obasanjo came into power, his mentality with regards to our foreign policy was not so different from that of Abacha. But rather, unfortunately, some of the conditions that Abdul Salam Abubakar went into for Nigeria to be, for the sanction by the Commonwealth to be lifted in Nigeria were things that were binding on him. So the PDP per se, even though I never was an official member of the PDP, nor am I a member of the PDP, but they had a strong, that is, their dealings with foreign nations, their dealings with all of these organizations was well informed by our national interest. As bad as somebody like Atiku was then, I think when the Agricultural Growth Opportunity Act came, I think in the course of a certain conversation, I don't know if it was specific on that in that regard, when they were talking about agriculture and they were advising the government not to subsidize agriculture. I think he asked them, he said, you are coming from a country, from the United States, where the key aspects of your economy that affect your masses are massively subsidized. Why are you advising a developing country not to do that? So that was a bit of, I would say, a carryover from Abacha's sense of national. He was more of a nationalist than a regionalist, rather unfortunately, because when you look at his henchmen, were primarily Christians from different parts of the country. He's a Kanuri man, but because he was born and brought up in Kano, he just says he's from Kano. It was during Abacha that Great Britain will sanction Nigeria. Come on, man. With all of the sanctions, economic sanctions, Nigerian Airways was basking, was doing so much. And Britain will sanction Nigerian Airways. And in a couple of days, Abacha will tell them, fine, do not come to our country. So he could boldly do that. He could boldly go to Liberia. He could boldly do a whole lot of things. as bad as he was, that gives you a sense of national interest. Now, that was likely the next uh, 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 situation. That's likely the next person that was going to be more of a Gaddafi. They were quite close with Gaddafi. Now, in terms of what democracy portends, you would understand that as far as developing or underdeveloped countries like Nigeria are concerned, democracy is the cheapest way that uh, advanced countries like the US, France, Great Britain could easily meddle in your national affairs. That basically is what it stands for. It's nothing else. We are just the ones fooling ourselves about it. A typical example is, how do you explain a Buhari that basically the second name of the regime was nepotism? I think somebody will tell you that he could sit in a parlor and they will tell him, sir, the person heading that place is Igbo. Can we say, okay, get somebody and replace him? It doesn't matter what his CV is. Okay, the person heading that place is Yoruba. Okay, get somebody from our village and just put him. That basically is how some people characterize his government. But it's supposed to be democracy and all of that. Now, when the PDP came, they had a certain hold, on that our own national interests informed our foreign policy, which unfortunately, like I've always said, the APC is more or less a creation of these foreign powers. A typical example is um, when what happened in Libya. What happened in Libya? Uh, you would ask yourself. They say the leading democracy in the world is the U.S. But to be very honest with you, even Idi Amin's regime was not or was never as autocratic as what the US does. A typical example is, ask yourself, what did Gaddafi do to, you know, attract what happened to him? He wasn't at war with any country and all of that. And secondly, if you wanted to kill Gaddafi as a leader, did you have to destroy Libya? And then if you destroyed Libya with your military, why deliberately allow the influx of sophisticated arms down, to sub-Saharan Africa? And I've told people, I said, all of these movements are not channeled towards Mali, are not channeled towards Niger or anything. They are basically focused. When you look at all of these movements, whether through Chad, whether through whatever borders, they are coming to the most populous black nation in the world. And a lot of people don't see it that way. And that's the reason why when this man came into power and he was eager to try to demonstrate some regional power, while the likes of Abacha were sending Nigerian military to quell, to kill, the conflict, to bring peace, somebody is trying to use our military to start a war. And I told people, I said, it's not Niger you should be crying for. It is the Federal Republic of Nigeria you should be crying for. So it's quite unfortunate. And let me just summarize by saying this. Um, when you have a country, a democracy, in the most populous black nation in the world, where it is possible that you can kill 400 people in 3 hours and life goes on normally. The UN is there and they are not saying anything. The US is there and they are not saying anything. And on Christmas Eve, you could kill about 250 and it's fine. And you could go to Katsina in a democracy where there's supposed to be freedom of press and all of that, and you massacre 50 people in one day. And the tendency is for the government to try to cover it up. The US has full details of what's happening in Nigeria, the growth of terrorism. And I've said it, while many will be saying there are just a few thousand, terrorists that have come into the country, they're actually in six digits and they are well trained. They have tested every military capability we have, and they are just moving around freely. So you should know that actually the democracy we define as democracy is basically not what it is. Well, now, whether we will say military come back or military don't come back, it's basically about looking at what the military now is. Basically, what the military now is. I mean, you are in a situation where what the policemen did before is basically what the military is doing now. Sorry, well meaning, I'll just round up by saying we've been put in a dilemma, and I will not stop saying it, even if it sounds like crying over spilled milk. 2015 was the day Nigeria was basically became a failed state. Let me just put it that way. From the killings in 2011, when nothing happened, 2015 was the day Nigeria became a failed state. And as it is, the people actually have the responsibility to fix it. But the military, as it is, has lost whatever professionalism that should be in it. And at least you should look at their habit in the southeast and what they do in the north with regards to where the terrorists are actually staying. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Zari. Thank you for that like detailed submission. Thank you very much. All right, quickly, let me get. Let me go back to Sion. Sion, please go ahead. Sion, are you there?
Can you, can you hear me clearly now?
Yes, yes, go ahead.
My village people will not succeed. So I was saying, what are the hallmarks of democracy? The first one is free and fair election, and I'm very sure most of us would agree that right from maybe just two elections since we've been doing this pretend democracy for 25 years. I mean, we had maybe just two free and fair elections, free and fair, quote and unquote. The rest I can't say. Second one, representation. How many citizens do we really represent? Like, do we really vote for? We have people that buy votes, people that, snatch it, grab it, and run away with it. Separation of power. Do we have adequate check and balances? Do we have separation of power between the legislative, executive, and the judiciary? Rule of law. Is there really a rule of law in this Nigeria? Everybody is just doing what they like. I mean, elected officers.
Okay, Sion, we can't hear you again. Maybe I don't know if it's your phone. Maybe touch your screen. Yeah, I think that's it. Go ahead.
Can you hear me
Yeah, yeah, go
now?
ahead.
Okay, I said accountability. Look at what Hadi Sirika did last year and what Tinubu is doing. Like, are they accountable? Is that democracy? Transparency, protection of individual rights. Human rights has been abused on a all-time high since Buhari's tenure. At least during Jonathan's time, it was there. Obasanjo's time, it was there. Even if we want to deny it, but Buhari's tenure, I can't explain. Independent judiciary. Is the judiciary independent in Nigeria? No. Like, Tinubu just increased the salary by 300%, and he cannot increase minimum wage for workers. Respect for minority rights. December, we were all I mean, everybody that is active on Twitter know how the whole Fulani massacre thing was really, really, really being talked about in December, even though it is still going on. Constitutional limits. Is there a limit to what these people can do? Or somebody who just wakes up one day and say, oh, I want to change the national anthem just because I feel like. An independent media. Do we have an independent media? No. I was discussing with somebody today when I was trying to talk to him about the Operation Rescue Nigeria, and I told him that personally, I am happy that history was scraped from our curriculum, because the history that they were teaching people then, I didn't do history in school, but the history that people learned in secondary school and whatever we learned in citizenship education in primary school, I did that in primary school, is false. Because even in democracy, the person that people were celebrating yesterday, because to me, there was no democracy day for me to celebrate yesterday. This man was also a drug baron. He was also a very corrupt person. But in Nigeria, when somebody is corrupt and the person starts whitewashing his money with philanthropy, everybody say, oh, he's a nice person, is this, is that. The truth is, whatever we are doing in Nigeria right now, to me, is not democracy. It is pretend democracy. You know that thing that little children in kindergarten do, that they will take their mother's shoe and make up and pretend, oh, I'm mommy, I'm daddy. That is what we are doing in Nigeria. It is not democracy. And to be very honest, I think a lot of Nigerians, you know that thing in heterosexual relationships where somebody, maybe due to childhood trauma, abandonment issues, feels that he or she cannot get somebody to love them for who they are. So when you're in a nice relationship, they feel, oh, this relationship is too good to be true. I've always been in toxic relationship. Is it for real? Is it this? Is it that? So that's toxicity that the person has, I feel, is what Nigerians have. So many people do not actually believe that they deserve good government. Many people think, oh, good government should be far from me. So I was talking to the person today rather, and the person was like, oh, is it possible? Is it? I said, it is very, very possible. The fact that those of us in our 30s would say we've probably not enjoyed the dividends of democracy as democracy should be. At least just give us something we're not asking for 100%. Give us 50%. Let us enjoy 50%. But because a lot of us have that mentality that probably, oh, we have been used to people abusing our rights. So if somebody like Peter Obi is coming to say, I would give you a bit of decency, we feel it's impossible. Nigeria is not practicing democracy. Nigeria is practicing pretend democracy, and I really, really hope that the sensitization that some of us that are on this Operation Rescue Nigeria mission, are going about doing daily would make people to actually rise up to demand for what is their right, because democracy, which we were taught in secondary school, that is the government of the people, for the people, and by the people, is our right. Nothing more, nothing less.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sion. That was where um that was where if you like say you would write that submission like. So that was the presentation actually. Thank you very much, Sion. Okay. So I mean, quickly I'll just say what I was going to say regarding the topic. But again, good evening to everybody. Jesus, I can see Jesus. Jesus, I see you.
Well, meaning, my brother, how you doing?
I'm all right. I'm all right. Just on code that is changing my voice.
I'm gonna try drink some
Yeah,
remedy. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, sure. Anyway, uh, you know, I think I heard some. To be honest, sometimes I think the listener session can be so sweet, can be so tempting. So now maybe one of these days, as the host, you come out go listener, you go to listen. A listener session can be so interesting because I think in the listener session, you are not obligated to be close to your phone. So you are like, you can just leave it, be listening like a radio, you'll be shaking your head. I can imagine some people that are listening to us are probably just some are eating, some are boiling rice, some are okay, some are probably drinking water because they ate too much tinubu. So I can imagine. But uh I'm going to start from like you know Edo election. So I think what we'll do, because I know Saddam had wanted us to like made a call for you know a way for us to support um, Edo State today, but I'm sure because it's intertwined in the topic, a lot of people and Nigeria matter too many. So I'm sure in the coming days we'll do this more often. But even before then, we'll see how we can liaise with some of those that are doing activities confirmed. Thank God Switch Child is from Edo State, so I haven't know like one MMC is working with Switch Child on a lot of project. Like one MMC is working strongly with Switch Child, so I'll see I can get some time and see how we can liaise on that and get violencers because this Edo election, we only have one option. No, there's no two options. Either we win it or we win it. That's the only two option because, to be honest, I don't think I have it in me to deal with any other. First of all, I can't even do any court. If any like court is totally out of it. But I think if we are going to enter into any election now as obedient, we should be in it to win. I don't think we have because the truth is that I've told a couple of people. I think one of my biggest fears in the state election is the overall impact it will have if we are not able to pull enough string to win it. So I and from all that is going, I can see Olumide because initially, to be honest, I too wasn't, initially I wasn't, I was feeling like this guy, you need to do more like Olumide Apata, but I have to give it to him. Of recent, he has been moving and doing a lot of groundwork. So I think it's just okay that and good that we support him from here. So I'm sure in the coming days, if not tonight, we'll be able to channel maybe one full space safe, channel out to those states, maybe with one other topic. Then for PO on Arise, I actually watched the interview. I was on transit yesterday when the interview happened, but I actually watched it today. But I mean, I listened to, so I kind of saw a little feel of what was happening on the TL. And I listened to Saddam's submission and even Dr. Olu. I've said it a couple of times that the truth is that um, I think I said it some time back that some of us, I think we are maybe someone either we are supporting the wrong candidate, right? As in, or we we are supporting a candidate that we wish he has. It's almost like these things that people do, especially single people, whether male or female, right? Where you want everything in one package. You want, for example, guys, you want a woman that is classy, work oriented, like, but at the same time, you want her to be a typical housewife and submissive. And like you want everything. But one thing you fail to understand is that a lot of the time, and this is not relationships, but a lot of the time, if you see those classic boss lady, right? It takes a lot for even them to be as submissive as you want. Because I know a lot of ladies are also submissive, and it goes the same, for women as well. You want a fair, tall, dark, handsome, rich man, but you also want him to not be cheating, which is a high risk, basically. So, but the point is that the truth is that if Peter Obi was to, and I've seen this before, the truth is, even me personally, there are sometimes that I have wished Peter Obi was like pulled some other kind of character that he doesn't have. Like at some point, there have been times that I would wish like, oh, let him just do this, like let him just do this and that. But I quickly realized that for him to become that, he would have to shed off some of the character that he has now that makes us like him. That's why I say a lot of times that Peter Obi is like the perfect not just a candidate, a person that has like the most combination of character. The only way I can explain this is something mathematical, physics or something. But when you there's this thing that they call operations research, where you try to discover something based on some constraints, like discover the best set of variables based on some constraints and so on. But the example I'm trying to give with that is that when you talk about a person that has all the right character in the in the appropriate quantity and still makes himself available, like every factor that is required, I don't think that there's, to be honest, there is no single, and this is not an attempt to messianize, quote unquote, Peter Obi. There's really no single person that has it in Nigeria. Some days back, I put out a tweet and I was like, I wish, just imagine if we can have Peter Obi so from for 210, then followed by Dati, followed by additional, Akiwumi additional. And somebody was like, oh, the fact that you did on the comment section, somebody was like, oh, that order and all that. I was like, remember, like, this person is very stupid. Like, this person does not have sense. Do you know why? The truth is that, of course, maybe there are people that have a combination of all these characters that you think, right? But one thing they don't have is their willingness to expend themselves in the Nigerian politics. So no matter how so the truth is that Peter Obi is like, I don't think, because even if you come across someone and say, okay, this person has money, is rich, he's humble, he has everything that Peter Obi has. One thing that he doesn't have is the willingness to expend himself, like, go beyond bounds for Nigerian politics. That's what we need. Because for the person to be that comfortable means that person doesn't want to get into Nigerian politics. I really hope like people understand what I'm saying. So when sometimes I see post throw shit that, because some of you here, if you're as comfortable as Peter Obi is, I can bet you will not even come on Twitter spaces. Not to talk about, not to talk about, trying to run for an election, not to talk about even after running for the election, putting yourself in very uncomfortable situations. I really don't think we
Tell me,
understand it.
Nigeria, spend your 1 billion naira, 1 billion naira of your money. People who can't get space for Twitter. We know people come on your page, put for Twitter. We come on
Bro,
the audacity of some people, they bust my head. 1 billion naira. If you get 100 million naira, many of us will come travel
bro,
again. We just go
eh,
on island, the with our lives.
so
I'm
so
on Nigeria. Well, now we get Tinubu now, sir. No wala.
yeah. So that combination is something that because I feel like sometimes some people feel like, oh, they want someone that can, is willing to spend his money like Peter Obi, but is vehement. Like, I don't want to say so. Someone is not even vehement. I just think someone is not smart. Or I think you want an aluta person in a money bag scheme, which is not it's not. There's a reason why someone is broke, and there's a reason why he can never be president. And it's really just because he does not have these combinations, right? there's some of these things are like, so I don't overemphasize it anyway. Point is that Peter Obi says every time, he may not, even though I personally consider Peter Obi in a human sense and in Nigerian political setting a perfect person, to be honest. But let me just yield to the general argument that there's nobody that is perfect. But the truth is that if there's anything close, like if you have any metrics, if you can put on your computer different metrics to weigh anybody, and you weigh everybody that you know, politicians or no politician, based on every metric that is required to do what Peter Obi is doing, I can tell you, there's nobody that will get half of the points that Peter Obi will get on that matrix whatsoever. So that's why a lot of time when I see people do this, it's quite disheartening. But when it's also coming from obedience, especially when it's in a destructive manner, right? I understand when people are constructive about it, but when it's destructive, it kind of just tips me off. I'm like, then again, it just reminds me of when Jesus Christ said, a prophet is not honored even amongst his own people. So the truth is that, and I said it every time, Nigerians will like weak, soft targets. So because we see a man that every time can bring himself out, do every of these things, is the one that is subject to really, the kind of criticism, like some kind of criticism and so on. But it's all right. Then the last thing I'll just say, which is regarding the democracy and military. If you remember on our space on Tuesday, it was the question just that Madam Obi was like, at that point, she needed to leave the space, and thanks to her, she stayed way. Some of the things we get in Nigeria, I still think about it. That was like a World Bank vice president that came on space that day and just spoke to us. Like, say, nothing did. Anyway, so, but that was one question I was trying to, like, I wanted, if I had known, it's just that I wanted people to ask as much question. If I had known, maybe I would have asked that question earlier, so she'll probably have a lot of time to expand on it. Because in answering the question that day, and she's a very detailed and data-oriented person, if you noticed. So she tried to say, based on some indices, there has been proved that, the 1999 democracy till now has been more like, she was trying to say it was a little bit somewhat better than the military. And I mean, if it was just me and her, I would have wanted to have that conversation further, like to get, because when people say indices, it be like when they say, this guy no book, he get 3 A's for WAEC, he brain is sharp. Then you now say, which subject forget A? Then you now discover that he got A in Edo language, he got A in CROK, meanwhile his father is a pastor. And I'll be like, what did he get in maths? They say he get F. English, he got F. So I mean, I feel like that's probably the kind of generic indices that could have given the fact that, because the truth is, like I said in that question that day, if you watch Nigeria in reverse, if Nigeria was a movie, back then some comedians used to say, if some men are tired of their wedding, or if some women or men, are tired of their wedding, they can go back and play the wedding and play it on rewind, and they will see themselves returning back to the church, removing the ring from the wife's hand, and returning back home and not getting married. So, if you play Nigeria like that on rewind, it pretty much look as if Nigeria is developing on every indices, right? And I'm not a fan of extreme comparison. I'm not a fan of, because I think the problem when you have this conversation is that people get to the extreme, people get to absolute. They think, you can either be, if you're having it and you are saying military is better, you are saying, military is the best. Or if you're having it and you are saying democracy is better, you are saying, democracy is the best. No. The truth is that the best way to see it is to see it again on points of indices, on different factors, right? And see it as you are not for anyone. You just want to factually get the best, like based on existing reality, not really because you just like one or like the other one. So I'm not a big fan of extreme comparison. But the truth is that, so let me put it like this: for me, either of them, in the case of Nigeria, have not been good. But because if I had a choice to pick one, chances are I would pick a military era. I mean, I was born, early 90s, or I was born 90s actually, not even early. Like, so, and I know I kind of like, even as a child, in fact, to date, funny enough, to date, there was a song that they played on TV so much when I was young, when Abacha was coming to Edo State, that it still rings in my head till date. Like, it's crazy. It's like, General Sonny Abacha, General Sonny Abacha, we welcome you to Edo State. So I remember that song because I was, it was like on the airwaves a lot, at that time. But that's not the point. The point is that, okay, I mean, I'm sure anybody that wants to discredit me, and let me just put this as a disclaimer. This is not in any way to say the current military. Of course, all the submissions here today is not any call for militaries. It's pretty much analytical, right? And the truth is that if I want to call for military, I'm not so sure I would want to call for military with this current Nigerian military. I think like the Nigerian military, I don't trust them, right? So for me, it's almost like a lose-lose situation. Either way, it's a lose-lose. So it's not, but just talking about it analytically, I think anybody will say, oh, the problem with military really is the excessive firmness that what may come off as tyranny depending on the person. Because let's also know that in military, there was also a person factor. Some military, Buhari was a military leader, but that's why it's annoying. Buhari was a flop, both as a military and a democratic ruiner, not ruler, ruiner that he was. Right? So there is also a personal factor. Like if you can luckily get an average progressive, let me not say good, because it's really hard you can get a good moral person that will do a coup in the first place. But let me just say someone that is progressive thinking. If you can get someone that is progressive thinking as a military leader, right, it's a huge win. And I think to an extent, even because like Zari was trying to say just now without saying a lot, even funny enough, whether or not you want to agree, as bad as Abacha was, Abacha maybe except Obasanjo, which some people can even argue, and maybe the small time Yaya Adua spent, some people can effectively argue and win the argument based on facts that Abacha is probably better than all the other democratic leaders that we've had since 1999. And I repeat, maybe with the exception, and that exception is still arguable, of Obasanjo and maybe Yaya Adua. You get? So it's an argument that some people might win to an extent. You get? And this is the worst of the Abacha. This is Abacha at his worst. Today, a lot of the infrastructures we have in Nigeria traces back to, and I mean federal infrastructure, traces back to Ibrahim Babangida. In Edo State, for example, some of the roads we see after date, some of the things we see after date that are still functional, traces back to Samuel Bemudia, who was a military governor at the time. In fact, if you really want to test the military period, go and test it up to, don't even look at just the president, test it up to the governors. Or what they used to call them, like, I forgot what they call it. I think they call them governor, but there's one name they also call them that time.
Military administrators.
Administrators, yes.
Milad.
Go and test it up to that particular point. You discover that even in some regions, their military administrators did magic, like did wonders. And that's what happened in
If you
Edo
don't
State.
do well, the head of state will sack you and you will end up in jail now. They
Bro,
lock you, give you watery beans. You must walk.
in Edo
If you do
State,
anyhow, you see anyhow,
if you
honestly, for
remove
military.
if you remove Samuel Bemudia's or everything that Samuel Bemudia did in Edo State will literally be trash, like nothing at all. So, but like I said, people would always bring the sternness, that tyrannical part of, which it varies depending on the person. That part of, oh, your speech is limited, your you do something like, your rights are partially taken away. But I usually ask people this question: do you feel like you have a right now, like in Nigeria? Like, so for me, it's I feel like it's not a reasonable for me. If there is, if not for anything, right? If not for anything, why I would prefer a military era compared to this current democracy. And let me emphasize this current democracy, so people don't think, oh, you are saying democracy is military. Because let's understand that what we are practicing in Nigeria now is not what democracy is. Because if you see it like that, that's when you know that, okay,
Of course, democracy would always be better where democracy is rightly practiced. But what we are practicing, maybe what we have said is that Nigeria's democracy or military era, maybe that would make sense. Because Nigeria's democracy now is not what democracy is. And the truth is that I would rather deal with a military era. Because let's even be honest, some of us now, we can't do a lot of things that we do online physically. Some people were trying to protest yesterday or so. Before the protest, military vehicle don't do there. But even for military people see they get mind, grow mind, see go protest. People protested during Abacha. You understand? As if they will allow you to do it, maybe they will now find a way to come and catch the one person that led it. But people still find way to come out. I was telling people, when people say, oh, the free speech that you have. The truth is that if there was Twitter during the time of Abacha and it has the ability to also make people a little bit less far drawn away from being in the immediate action line, believe me, the freedom of speech would have probably been higher than what we have now. Because even now, if you talk anyhow online and you're in Nigeria, they can come and say nab you. There's no difference. Like, so for me, I'll just prefer, I know I'm dealing with people that will be bringing development, but I don't see them as harsh. So I just have to be careful. After all, if they are bringing the development, I would have less to talk about. Right? I will not have much to talk about in the first place. But even the little I have to talk about, I will find a way to talk about it in the way that I will not get caught. Instead of being with these current criminals that we have, who give you literally everything to talk about, like everything so bad that you have to talk about everything. They don't listen, but still they will still intimidate you on top of it. As in, they are not giving you development, they are also not giving you entire freedom. So for me, when I see it on those like basic indices, and if I wanted to go detail for the sake of time, I know I can't go detail more than this, but the truth is that it's quite clear which would have been better for Nigeria. But what is different in those two factors on the democracy side is Nigeria's democracy, and on the military side is the current Nigerian military. I too do not trust them. So it's just an unfortunate situation. At this point where we are now, I think it's only Nigerians, we that can save ourselves. So that's why I've just, I'll drop my submission on the topics for today. Then I'll just return back to our speakers. I'm going to start from, I know some people have been here for some time, so I'm going to start from Dreams, then Izzy Chikwelu, Chimezie. I told those three people were here before I came. So Dreams, please go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. For me, name Nigeria, I greet you. I'm Asadam, I greet you, my brother. And Jimmy and Mommy Bolande, I greet you all. Okay, what I want to say is this. You know, I want us, the obedient movement, to understand one thing based on what Dr. Olu was making emphasis on. What happened yesterday and the space that was held and people calling out Peter Obi and all that. We should understand that 98% of the obedience are not practicing politicians. And Peter Obi is a politician that have been practicing since over 15 years now, 16 years or thereabout. And when Peter Obi was handling issues with Anjoba and Chris Ngige and all that, who were not there, man played his politics very, very well. Even when he was impeached, still have to play his way out as a politician. I don't know how we now believe that we know more than Peter Obi, that we know this politics more than Peter Obi, that we can now believe that we can police him, his character, his person of character, and whatever thing we want him to be doing. I don't know how we have come up to this. That people now held space to talk about his tweet is appalling, honestly. So I want us to understand that Peter Obi needs to play his political part in this struggle as a politician. And we should let him do that. We should let him play that part of politics as a politician also. We don't know it more than him. So this is what I want to have say on that part also. Then democracy in the military era and now. I'm 87 born, and I don't know much about the military era. So, but what we have now are just group of vampires that are bent on destroying the people of Nigeria. I said it on this very space months ago that, you see, when Tinubu is done with Nigerians, hunger will be the least in our minds. Hunger will be the least thing in our minds, because this set of people have come here to destroy us all if we don't do anything about it. And among us, we have people that are also playing dirty games against us, against all our efforts. People that don't know that dragging Peter Obi will one day fight against us. We need to know how to deal with all these things, because what we are playing is Nigerian politics. And some of us are not actually here to build account or be fame. We are here to play this politics and win. So please, everybody should understand that we all need to fight out ourselves. I don't really have much things to say, because what happened yesterday get me pissed off.
Oh yeah. All
Thank you
right.
very
Thank you
much.
very much, James. Thank you very much. Thank you. Quickly, I'm gonna go straight to Eze Chikwelu then Chimizi.
Okay. Thank you, Emir Saddam. Well done. Well meaning Nigeria. A whole lot of people here. Let me just stand on existing protocol, please. I'm going to talk about military and civilian because I experienced it. But before then, I want to say something about Peter B's tweet yesterday that people were haranguing each other about. I want to say this. Peter B's tweet yesterday probably converted more people to the obedient side than every other person opening his or her mouth yesterday online. In politics, we all know there are people who are called undecided voters. We have them everywhere. We have them in Nigeria. There are people in Nigeria who actually see all politicians as the same. They are rascals, they are criminals, they are violence prone, they are everything you can think of that is negative. P2B touched those people yesterday and he said to them, I am different. And these things will come to play out when the time comes. Please mark yesterday and today's statement. P2B's tweet yesterday clearly differentiated him from every other animal in the game. Whether we like it or not, we would hear the story in days to come or in months or years to come before the next election, where you will hear people say, I used to think this man was like this, but when I saw his tweet, I started thinking about him differently. That's how these politics work at times. And at times, that is why if you look at in some Senate climb, people go for centrist politicians who are in the middle, not extremists. P2V is a perfect match for that. So please, P2V has done so well with yesterday's tweet. He has converted more people than every other person screaming with that tweet yesterday. That's what I want to say. Coming to military and civilian rule, I want to say this. When I think about Nigeria, guys and ladies listening to me, the Nigerian situation defies every logical explanation. The only thing that makes sense to me when I think about Nigeria, I listen to this song by Bob Marley There's a natural mystic flowing in the air. That is the only thing that explains Nigeria, right? I'm going to talk about my experience in military, and we're going to look at civilian rule. You will start wishing for military to come back. But let me be as clear as I can. The worst democracy is better than the best military. Please don't be deceived. That is my personal opinion, and this is empirical. So going down to military, right? Economically, when military was ruling, I could remember buying milk, peak milk Hollandia, for 5 kobo. My dad sent me to go and buy it. Then few years down the line, I bought it for 5 naira. The day I bought it for 5 naira was very significant because I could remember the Aboki guy complaining how expensive this thing has become. The last time I saw someone post the price of peak milk online, I was like, this is impossible, right? And this was military. During military era, they never messed about with our education budget. The educational system wasn't this bad. The lecturers and the intelligence guys that we had were not leaving Nigeria. They stood back. In fact, before I go deep, I want to more talk about my opinion will be summed up as citizen participation in state building or nation building, right? Lecturers were home. People went abroad and they schooled and they came back. This was military, right? If you talk about judiciary stood her grounds. I don't want to name names so people won't start saying you're calling people from Southwest or big lawyers, renowned sons from Southeast or from North. But back then, the word SAN, SAN, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, meant something. You see the word supreme when they say you are from Supreme Court, men, even the guns, the blazing guns of military head of state then did not move those men. They stood their grounds. They say it will not happen. Take our life. We no send. Judiciary is totally gone under democracy, right? Do we look at church? The church stood for the people. I would always talk about Bishop Okoje of Lagos, if people remembered back in the days. He stood his ground. At some point, people were writing to Vatican saying, this man should not be a bishop. He should probably resign and become a politician. Tell him to stay out of politics. Bishop Okoje said, no, this thing concerns the ordinary people. The church should stand on their behalf. And when he talks, everywhere usually shakes because he often gets his backing from Desmond Tutu, you know. So we had those people more like representing the biblical angle of life, and they stood for us. Today, the church is on the other side, dancing and telling us who will come first and who will come second, right? Let's talk about celebrities. During the military era, the celebrities did not give way. They stood their ground. If you like, give them 1 million. If you like, threaten them with gun. If you like, burn down their houses. We saw what happened with Fela Nicola Bokuti. I have one of my favorite old musician, Jimmy. I think you will know him. He sang Eshimira Skaliti Agbajakile. Elowa Bigba Agbajakile. That was him saying to politicians, respect yourself. Leave all these your rascals. Do the right thing. Right? But today, all these voices were gone. We don't even want to talk about professors, university professors. See, before you attain professorship in Nigerian university those days, you will watch your salt. And that's why when professors say something, they stand on it, they stand their grounds, they will not move. We knew a whole lot of renowned professors back then. But today, professors are on the other side helping these guys to rewrite election results. And they will turn around and look at ASU and say, ASU, we are still part of you. How do you explain Nigeria if there is no mystical something in the air, right? The two areas that actually hit me most, right? When I look at it, I say Nigerians have entered one chance. Is the international relations, and I will explain this. Well meaning, thank you very much, but please, I've not been on this place. I've not spoken for a while. Please, just give me 2 more minutes, right? I'm going to say something about international relations. Nigeria has actually entered one chance because we know that the external forces, the external interests, they need what we have. There's no way you will have over 61 natural resources and you will tell the industrialized world to look away from you. No way. But there was something military rule did for ordinary Nigerians, right? Because they are military and because the Western world was more dominated by democracy, democracy would not want to see themselves as meddling or sleeping in the same on the same bed with military. So they countered our military leaders. And because of that, a good number of resources that could have gone out actually stayed in Nigeria. So a good number of these military guys did not so much go abroad to seek for services as much as our politicians do today. So somehow ordinary Nigerians were still benefiting. If you don't know, when we were growing up in Enugu, right? It's very close to the two division. If electricity goes off in your area and you complain, military people used to march to NEPA. It wasn't PS, it wasn't power holding there, NEPA. They used to march there and flog them with Koboko and electricity will come back. These things were not, I'm not telling you what someone told me, I'm telling you what I experienced, right? But today, we have democracy and the West is democratized. Now the window and the doors are open. Nigerians are suffering. So when you look at it, you say, which one even benefit Nigerians? Is it
Yeah.
military or what's it called? Democracy. Well, minute, please, 1 minute, right? Then I want to talk about citizenship, right?
So, sorry,
When
Eze, can you
military,
round up in 30 seconds? I
yes,
actually
I will
gave you the
try.
2 minutes
I'll
earlier,
I'll
so
I'll I'll I'll, I'll, I'll try. I'll try around up.
don't
Sorry.
try. Round up.
So
See, I will try.
so back in the days during military, you will need military people to come out of barracks, right, to attack civilians and to deal with civilians, whether you're protesting or something. Even when you're wearing ordinary boots or camo, they stop you and they strip you and they start doing all sorts of things. But today, politicians have now weaponized civilians against civilians, like ordinary Nigerians against ordinary Nigerians. That is why the situation at times does not really make sense. Nigerians, we should please sit back and think, what are we doing? Please, the UK election is coming up. The two parties are debating. Nigerians, I know a lot of us are here. You have internet. Please, do you observe how they debate? When they debate, they don't talk about PDP, APC, Labour Party. They talk about the people. And you hear them answering to their employers. Please pay attention to your TV,
Yeah.
right? So please, when next we are going to have this opportunity, just
Yeah.
like in Edo State, please, they are your employees. Ask them questions. Don't act as if you're working for them.
Yeah.
There's a natural mystic flowing in the air. Listen to that song. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Eze Chikwelu. Lenti, but I mean, you made a lot of salient. You made a lot of salient points. While you were talking, and you made reference to, the kind of leaders. You made reference to something you said regarding leaders in the world. The first thing that just came to my mind was Julius Malema. I mean, for those of us that followed South Africa's election, you would be. I'm sure you. I too. I too want. Like, I wanted Malema to win. Honestly, like for some reason, I just liked the guy because he's the kind of guy that most of us would normally like. Like, oh, someone that is vehement, but of course, I mean, and I have a South African friend. I was talking to her yesterday, but I mean, she didn't wanted Malema to win, but she knew that, politically speaking, she wasn't even so sure if South Africans were really in tune with a lot of the things he was doing at the time. So it's what I was saying earlier, that sometimes to be Peter Obi is pretty much a complete. But I think we are just pretty lucky to have someone like Peter Obi in Nigeria who is interested. Because one person is one thing to be that, is another thing to be interested. They are two different things. It's one thing to be that, to have that personality, to be able to do that, and another thing to say, okay, I want to do it. I want to go ahead. I want to spend for it. I want to put myself in it. So it's crazy. Meanwhile, I went to the Peter Abi's comment section from yesterday's post. I think it's quite hilarious. Like, it's funny the way somebody say, I'll be like, Peter Abi is saddening on our behalf. So the rest, nobody's saddening. Peter Abi is saddening on obedience behalf. So the many obedience can afford not to be saddened. Anyway, quickly, I'll go straight to Chimezie, after which I'll come to Polonium, then Justice. Chimezie, are you speaking? Because I can't hear you. I don't know if anybody else can hear you.
No, I can't hear him.
Okay, Chimezie, we can't hear you. I don't know. I saw you unmute your mic, but we can't hear you. Anyway, I know you have been here for a long time, so I would want to. So maybe you should drop and come back. Yeah. So okay, quickly, let me go straight to Polonium. Polonium. If Chimezie comes before Polonium finish speaking, I'll go back to him. If not, Justice.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well meaning. I greet everyone. I'm not going to talk a lot about the military era, even though it was, some of my best years as a child. Growing up my father was in the military and as a military officer.
Polonium.
We had, yes, can you
And
hear me?
that's a sad fact. The fact that we can say it was our best years is very sad. Like, it's just unfortunate. Go ahead.
No, my father was in the military, so. And as a military high-ranking officer, we had a lot of privileges. What it did for me was it gave me the opportunity to live in many parts of the country. I've lived in all the regions. I've traveled to over 26 states in Nigeria. I've spent over 24 hours.
And they are carrying you in their 504 or 505 TPH.
Yes, so Jimmy, 504. 504. Every year would get like 50 bags of rice, a huge pile of yams. So many things will come in, which my father would share, within the community. And when I say community, I mean army barracks and mostly church members. So it was a lot of good times. And one of the things I like that always strikes me about the military era is one of these tweets, a quote that is made that is traced or whatever to Abacha, that if insecurity lasts beyond 24 hours in a country, the government has a hand in it. So for me, I'll just go straight to Democracy Day. While other people were busy looking at the videos of the man who fell down, the 80-something-year-old man who fell down, I was more saddened, by the picture. Yeah, for me, what we have is a civilian dictatorship, and the 25th so-called Democracy Day marked the unveiling of the portrait of the dictator. They said that it was the largest painting on canvas in the world. Unfortunately, the person who was painted is a drug dealer, a drug trafficker. So the largest painting on canvas in the world is a painting of a Nigerian drug trafficker. And what really broke my heart was the fact that they made the Nigerian army and our security forces to match. When I say match, more like salute that portrait. And if you check history, when when security forces and citizens begin to pay allegiance to statues and pictures of the leader, not their national anthem, not their national flag, that is the beginning of dictatorship. Look at war history. North Korea, Russia under Stalin, all those countries. Go there, you see Gaddafi, Libya under Gaddafi, huge pictures and statues. And the people, the citizens, the military are made to pay obeisance to those statues. So the focus leaves the country. You would never see United States president, all the G20 countries. You now see them having large pictures of or statues of their presidents, of their leaders, and the military is saluting it. For me, it's the clear sign that dictatorship has been enthroned in Nigeria, and it's such a, having been raised in a military family and hearing my old man talk about, the things that they had to do to stand up for the country, what patriotism means. It's a sad reality in our time. Pio's Pio's tweets. I'm one of those people who celebrated that tweet. I believe that tweet was very tactical. It was unpredictable, and that's the quality of a leader. If you study Sun Tzu's military strategy, one of the qualities of a good leader is you should not be predictable. And my leader yesterday showed that he's one of those people. Just while others were waiting to see him join the bandwagon, he went in another direction. You cannot predict that man. I love his politics. I love his humanity. And I love his maturity, all of which he displayed in that tweet. His interview for me, it had all the right ingredients there. I mean, the right shots were fired. The Bobrisky analogy was very clear and precise, hit the right targets. The people who are guilty know. Every one of them are called people, right from the EFCC man who said he was going to resign if a particular criminal politician will not be arrested. All of them. So with that one analogy, he struck the right chords, and Nigerians, I'm sure Nigerians were able to follow his thought pattern. He clicked with Nigerians. He identified the key issues. Key issues were addressed. Key challenges, were put across yet again. Yet again, he challenged every past leader, governors within his time. He said, bring your record, keep it beside mine. Let us see the details. This was my campaign rhetorics, and I delivered based on my campaign. If you promise to turn Nigeria to Dubai, go ahead and do yours. This was mine, and I delivered, and this is what I promised the North. I would change the farmlands in the North to farms. So all the right things, he said all the right challenges were made, the right rhetorics were made, and key records were made straight. Ladies and gentlemen, I am as proud as and obedient yesterday as I was many, many months ago when we joined this movement. So once again, my principal got it right. He deserves his flowers. Thank you, Ayud.
All right, thank you very much, Polonium. Thank you. Meanwhile, just to draw our attention on the post I put on Jumbotron. So on Saturday, Peter Obi will be joining Olumide Akpata to flag off the campaign. And they will be visiting, most likely will be visiting the Oba's Palace. So please, it was the tweet I posted on Jumbotron is from our brother Steven. So let's engage that with, let's share it. Let's make some. Chimezie, you are back. Okay, Chimezie, please go ahead after which I'll go to justice.
Yes. every other person on the space. Um, Democracy or military era, which one? Yeah, the question we the answer to that question is subject to a debate. I want to take us through Aristotle's circle of change in terms of governance. What did Aristotle say about what is happening in Nigeria or the perversions of different systems in Nigeria? Aristotle, our aristocracy as a method of administration said that if our government is better left in the hands of a few, and that if the few gets perverted, what happens? It brings up a revolution or a mob against that administration. And after which we bring about polity. And polity, when perverted, brings about democracy. And what is democracy? Democracy is simply the government of the people, by the people, and for the people. But is Nigeria truly a democracy? Has Nigerian government included the people? Is there any level of inclusion in the affairs of Nigeria, in the affairs of the government of Nigeria? The answer is no, because there has never been any inclusivity in any level of affair in the Nigerian system. I think Nigeria shuttles between oligarchy, that's oligarchy, and democracy. That's a perverted version of aristocracy, which is a perverted version of aristocracy, which is government by a few individuals, a few cartel, a deep state, an unseen individuals, people we do not see, but they control everything. They control your financial systems, they control your government, they control the rules of the land, which means they are above the law. And any place where the rule of law is not observed, I think nothing works. Because for our principal P2B, he said he sees law as an intangible asset, which has, or justice, which has never for any reason or in any case in Nigeria, been observed. So and that is the reason why somebody like Wole Soyinka could wake up one morning and call the Nigerian people who are going through a lot of things in Nigeria, who want a better future for themselves, and not just for themselves, for the future generation. That's why he can wake up one morning and say that the obedience are fascists. And after calling them fascists, he called them a mob. And what is a mob? Mobs have no heads, they have no direction, which means we clamoring for a better future for ourselves and the future generation, for our children unborn, are the what? The headless mob, which reflects very poorly on him as a professor, as a man people look up to, and then followed by APC and people who they keep funding. I hear they give people a lot of money to make sure that they keep them, to support them the way, and they come to spaces, they talk like they don't have senses. They have sense, they know what they are doing, but they pretend like they are, that Tinubu is doing, or he's trying his best to make sure Nigeria works. But at the end of the day, we could see that something is playing on the background. And then coming to enthroning military, I support the other speaker who said that the worst democracy is better than the most benevolent military regime, which is true. And if you look at the case of Nigeria, What has the military in the past, brought about? The only thing I can think of that the military in Nigeria brought about was a failed federalism, a federalism that people will always argue, between through federalism and federalism. It's only in Nigeria I hear people talking about true federalism. There is nothing like true federalism. It's either federalism or it's not a federalism. So, and what kind of federalism has the Nigerian military formed? The Nigerian military only formed the kind of federalism that sustained failure at the center. Everything in Nigeria you could see is centralized at the center, which means
Yeah.
this is. Can you hear me?
Yeah. I'm just trying to get you to round up.
Okay. I'm rounding up. So everything in Nigeria the leadership of Nigeria is highly centralized. You could see 36 states in the federation, including Abuja, managed by one police. And people talk of, in fact, the military is not even supposed to be seen anywhere close to civilians, because the military is an institution
Okay.
that has people who are trained to kill. So they don't even have any business in leadership.
Yeah.
So okay, I round up with that since my time is up.
All right. Thank you very much. I want to ask you one quick question.
Okay.
Yeah. If you had like a choice now, someone told you, I'll give you among these two presidents, which you
Maybe, but they both have military background. So
my point is that they just say choose one. Anyone you choose, that's the one you will be under. That will be your president. You don't have any other option. You can't say I don't prefer anyone.
yeah, because I've tried Buhari in a democracy. I've seen him as a colossal damage, and people who were
Yeah,
born
but which one? Chibueze, you hear
uh,
me? Okay, I already know your answer. Thank you very much. I know. I actually understood your submission, and I agree with a lot of the things you said. I also agree when they say the worst of democracy is better than the most benevolent of military. But I think the question still is Nigeria practicing democracy like you said, right? And
I don't. Wait a minute, I don't agree with that statement. That the best
but
of democracy,
that's if they
the
are still
worst of
leaving the word
democracy.
democracy as the real definition.
That
What
the worst of democracy is better than the best. That
no,
is
no, Saddam,
ultra bullshit.
Saddam, see,
Bullshit.
democracy democracy is a government for the people, by the people, right? And of the people, the way they say it. So it means for you to say you are a democratically elected government, it was the people that elected you, then you are for them, right? And you are of them, they own you. What you have
No,
in
no.
Nigeria now,
What was I get in his submission was perfect, right?
mm,
It's perfectly spot on. But when he said the worst of democracy is best than than the benevolent military, that is all. That is all. That is whoever came up with that school of thought. I don't know where.
can I
That's
say
what we
something? Can I say just one thing before I leave? Can I
Oh,
can I say something before I leave?
yeah, briefly, Chimezi.
Chimeze, wait. Let me ask you one question before you leave.
Failure, and that is
Okay,
why
okay.
I
Pause,
love
pause,
what
pause,
and that
pause,
is
pause,
what and that
pause
is
now, my
why
brother. Pause now, pause. Let me ask you. I know I asked you. No, I asked you. So we can refer to Tinubu as the worst of democracy, right?
yeah, we can refer to Tinubu as the worst of democracy, but remember, we
Wait now, wait. Remember, just wait now, wait. I want us to go somewhere. I want us to go somewhere
okay.
because you see, when it comes to systems of government, I feel it goes beyond definitions. It is more about how it affects the people, right? So if you call Tinubu the war of democracy, let me now take you to Ibrahim Babangida, the man that built Abuja.
Are
Now
you
wait,
aware?
my
Are
brother,
you
wait.
aware?
I
Are
allowed
you
you speak.
aware? Are you aware that the the military as it is today in Nigeria has been infiltrated by
You
terrorists,
see,
Oh,
you
you are
see,
going
you,
outside.
you see,
infiltrated by
you see,
foreigners?
you see the problem interjected me. If it's military now, I will just arrest you. I will arrest you and say, wait, what? Ah, Tinubu have military background. Tinubu is general.
He said,
Babangida and Tinubu.
oh, I'll go with according to history. I'll go with Baba.
I have convinced you and not confused you.
One question.
There is one.
Uh,
One question.
There is one
uh,
thing that is confirmed
Sa-
in change.
Sa-
The
Wait,
Nigeria,
Sagan,
sorry, please ask.
yeah, the question I want to ask, there is no need to look for an answer for it if it's not, it might be rhetorical, but I just want to ask 24 or 48-hour period of a general election claims the lives of more citizens than years of the most.
you know,
Justice is just a flag your this thing.
they
You
might
don't dey work
just wait
for
for them.
road safety.
uh, thank you very much, Zari. Thank you, Chimezie. So, you were trying to look for what Nigeria is practicing. I was hearing many crazy aristocracy, but as we were talking, I called one of my friends, one of my guys. Do you know what Nigeria is practicing? And he gave me an answer. Whereas some social scientists like myself have gone to town for donkey years now saying that what we have is not a democracy. Yes. But what we have is civilian rule. Anyway, thank you very much. Nigeria.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You made it become
Let me
well-meaning Nigerian for his ingenious way of comparing a military administration with a civilian administration in a way that you see that statement that the worst democracy is far better than the best military still holds water. Well-meaning Nigerian, why didn't you make the same military and civilian democratic dispensation with Tankos Zubairu, that was a military administrator in Imo State, for example, with a Peter Obi
Abi was the worst democracy, and you're comparing him with the best.
to be ingenious. You do not need
Is
hold
better
on, my
than the
brother.
best of military. Is that what you said?
No, I am only building on that
Do you
particular
agree with
statement.
that statement or not?
I am building on that statement.
Okay, go ahead.
That statement is a statement that lets you know that before you let go of your rights, are we even discussing military?
See, in this military court, I have muted you. This is okay, good, I beg. Run it
Go
back.
ahead.
Emily, run it back. Are we Emily, run it back? Are we
Have had
okay? Just let me ask you, is there beach or 24 hours night? Choose one. You deserve military. Because you know what?
example.
What do you have for the past 25 years? It's not democracy.
So,
God,
so
God,
You
God.
I'm
have
coming.
had
Justice. Just
yes.
make your point as clearly. I'm trying to listen to you very keenly because the point you're going to make, I'm going to poke it. So make it very clearly. Don't just go about. Just make it clear. Go ahead.
Absolutely. I am only saying that I believe, we're having an argument, and I say I believe that democracy is still the best way to go. Democracy has been the best way to go because even the people that handed us democracy are still practicing democracy. Centuries
fair, we would say no. And it is based on the critical actors, the people that are acting. Democracy has several branches. We have the judicial part of the democracy, we have the legislative part of the democracy, we have the executive part of the democracy, and of course the people. This encompasses everybody. Now, the military regimes that we had in this country in the past acted based on the failure of democracy. That is certain, right? They had this feeling that, the people that took over government weren't doing the right things, and they needed to come in to do the right thing. That is why I don't question them. The Sani Abachas of this world, the IBBs of this world, the Gowons of this world. Are you not even surprised how they managed it? Right. But you see that in the process of that management, right, a lot of other problems arose. A lot of other issues came up. The issue of freedom that I'm talking about, that we even have a right to host spaces. Do you know that what Emir Saddam just acted as a script now can be what we will have in a military dictatorship? They will ban internet. Nothing will happen, my brothers. That is how military work. If they just feel that this will not go well with them, they will ban it. Okay? They will do it.
On the internet. Was that not a democratic? Yeah.
But then,
I'm asking question. No, I'm asking question.
yeah. I would want you people to understand my train of
Yeah,
thought.
just
And then,
try to round up as soon as, like, I want you to just make the points like direct, not having to explain it a lot.
yes.
I'm actually writing some of this. Yeah.
So that is on that part of the who choose their leaders. Now, I also Abia State indigents, Abia State citizens will not want to hear military administrator right now. The reasons are very simple. For 24 years, these guys have been in darkness. And suddenly, a civilian, he's not a military, he's not wearing a cap. Why can't we have somebody like Alex Oti populated around the 36 states of the Federation and the FCT? That is democracy. He's still a human being. He's still a Nigerian. So that, I understand that. They did all that in the past. I understand. Most of them even acted based on intelligence. Nobody is questioning any of that.
You see, democracy don't remove your network. Democracy. Military we just take it away.
And
Eh,
I wanted to just say hundreds of thousands of Nigerians have been killed under the military regime. Defense, where a commissioner from the state loud. Our minds have been so battered, but just to put this word, how do you feel just sitting down that on the floor of Senate that there is a former governor, a present senator, trying to convince the Senate president to upgrade the status of cows to those of citizens? What exactly are we talking?
guys, I'm going to quickly break protocol. Actually, IBN has, first of all, it doesn't speak regularly, but I think he's at work and just quickly network normal level. Don't be asking. You know it's your network. All right, quickly. Let me quickly ask. Let me quickly bring in IBN so he can quickly make his submission and go back to his injection chuking.
No worry now, your bomb might go choke soon. Good evening, everyone. I actually jumped in. Spoke before justice. It was Chimezie, yes, Chimezie, who said that the military. Yes, they are trained to safeguard the integrity of a nation. But have you forgotten that also in Kojo and his cohorts went to India, they went to San Jose, they went to UK, France, India, United States. They were taking leadership classes and leadership courses on how to run both military and whatever thing. And just like now I'm going back to my initial point. It boils down on the personality, rather, that's the actual word, the personality of the person in power. We've had a Buhari who banned Twitter. The former president of Senegal shut down the internet, and these are happening in democracies, right? We're having serious invasion of our country by people who we don't even know if they're Nigerians or not. I'm talking about the Fulani headsmen, and the in the military era, where the integrity of the Nigerian state was questioned, and they did not stand up to checkmate that because they put measures to ensure that these things are run the country. So you have whether you have Abacha as the military head of state, he did whatever he did the way he knew best how to do. Yes, there were some excesses he had, which of course was and the economy. He had the heart of the people. Honestly, apart from Obasanjo to date, I think Abacha was one of the most detribalized leaders Nigeria has had. Apart from Abacha, chose we're in civilian government right now, right? And you can't even protest. The judiciary can't even do anything. And NLC chairman can't even do anything. Obasanjo was a former military head of state, then became a democratic head president. And Adams Oshomole was dragging that man on the streets for no reason. There was no time he was arrested just because NLC chairman came out for protest in Imo State or something. Look at the way he was badly battered. Meanwhile, he's a democratic governor. It boils down on the personality of the person. But I will add this caveat. The thing about democracy is that democracy provides an avenue where we can take away a leader if the people don't like the leader. But that is not existent in Nigeria. The election in Imo State, under democracy, what happened? The election in
TV stations can't even say anything without being fined. And they raised the alarm, and they were like, no, that it was just for people to, they were. There's been series of intimidations, and yet we are under what? Civilian. So it boils down on the personality of the person. And saying that military men are completely just trained to kill, it's not true, because they undergo a whole lot of trainings during their during their military training. And also, some of them have the avenue to actually finish school. Obasanjo was an agric engineer. He's still an agric engineer. You wonder why he ended up with Otta Farm and did not choose something else to do. Some of them went to school and graduated with, even in the course of military training, graduated with degrees. I don't know about Buhari anyway, but yeah, that's the point I just want to make. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, IBN.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, go
sorry.
ahead.
I know some military men that in the 90s, they had they were doing their masters
Sorry.
for military, fail for civilian.
Okay, I thought Zosi was saying something.
I said, I don't know what era you lived in, but or you were born in of military. Military, yes, they had their excesses, but they had ways to address it. It didn't favor everybody, you know. Some people were badly affected. However, in the middle, so these guys were congregating without Twitter. They were physically going to locations and protesting. And they did that successfully. But today, these same people are telling us that we cannot protest. And you have agreed that they are the worst, but you still say they're better than the best. So I think you need to revisit that, your argument. Well, meaning, over to you again.
Yeah. Just to chip this in, I think on Space on Tuesday, Madam Obi Ezekwesili said that from research, and this to add to what IBN was saying just now, from research, the military had the highest number of learning. So it's I just needed to put that there. And what I said in my submission, I really wish people listen to my submission cleanly, because it's why I mentioned like some indices. So I think that's the problem. People seeing it from too extreme. But let me allow Justice round of his submission.
Sorry, 1
Then
minute before Justice go.
yeah,
I did see one breaking news now. Another $2.2 billion approved to Nigeria by World Bank.
breaking news.
When World Bank and IMF finish with Tinubu regime, Nigeria,
Hey!
if we see ourselves, no voila.
$2.2 billion loan approved. Shopping spree. They don't give a pocket money. Oh. They go shopping spree. Jesus, $2.2 billion. What's that? No wala.
To ask your ingenious question would be, does it mean that the U.S. government, for example, that have been practicing democracies back to back, haven't had a civilian president be stood in front of former President Goodluck Jonathan, the current governor of Edo State, the poor Obaseki that flood will carry away by September, and told them clearly but that these leaders must take cognizance of the fact that the way we handle elections should change. We should, forget about what has happened in 2023 and move to the right path, which is no glitches, providing election materials on time, making sure that people, have the right to vote without violence, and of course, announcing the results as duly produced by the people. So I think that should be the focus. And this is why we now suddenly believe that military people not get this all misconstrued. When you have good leaders that are civilians just like you, just like we have in some states, Abia State, Zulum, like Peter Obi talked about, some other states that are coming up, you realize that, yes, of a truth, you can actually govern yourselves and let these guys remain in the barracks until when, when the system needs them. It is just the failure of leadership, just like the idiot, the criminal drug baron, the certificate forging bandit of Chicago State University is right now. That's why everybody is basically clamoring for the military to take over. Would I want the military to kick him out? Yes. But is it happening now? I don't know. I
Okay.
don't know. So let us in our
Your definition of democracy, by your definition, I want to believe your definition is right. Is Nigeria practicing democracy currently?
yes. Democracy, yes.
So
But
no, no,
is
no.
it the
I'm not
democracy
saying
that we
practicing
want? No.
just justice. According to your definition, what Nigeria is practicing now, does it fit into your definition of democracy?
You have just changed the question. This is you still trying to be ingenious.
Okay.
Abia
See,
Of all the nations in the world, now that have it is here, because it is Japan go America. You dey find
sorry,
What keeps their economy afloat
just
is
to
not
make
the military industrial complex. They want something in your country,
yeah.
dictatorship comes in. So basically, it's not diplomacy that keeps their economy, it's not
So you guys
democracy.
are still
It's
not getting the question. The
Justice,
question is, have they not
justice,
had
hold
a
on now.
very bad civilian president
Hold
that
on,
should
justice,
allow
justice.
the military to step in?
I,
And
Hold
has the
on.
military stepped in the US? That's the question.
I don't want to have to mute you now. So, hold on.
So the very definition of democracy By all the fact that we have one person who we will say, oh, it's a flu, it's a flu. It's not even because at the end of the day, right, if we cannot vote for our leaders, and remove them if we no longer want them, right, then we are not practicing a democracy in every sense of the word.
Yeah.
So you can push it here or there as much as you want, right? But he wants to become a monarch, right? He wants to become somebody who facts as they present themselves. Abuse since when? It's not taking away our rights. So I see you, I see your head like big head like this, and I want to insult you because you did something wrong, and I'm not allowed to. How about now? Or that person who said Buhari's wife gained weight, they don't go carry him. Was it not just an observation? From what people have said, there has been military governments where you could see that whilst they ruled us with decrees, but at least you could still eat in your house,
Yeah.
right? But now, if you're saying that, then it doesn't even make sense because at the end of the day, Nigeria is not practicing the democracy that I learned in school, that I learned at university. And all I know, yeah, because UK was doing monarchy before they changed, but at least the form of government that they have chosen to have, it has been stable. When we are fed up, we are fed up now of the conservatives. We're going to the polls next month. By Jove, all of us that had been, decided that we weren't voting because there was no option,
Yeah.
all of us we're all getting our voters' cards and saying, heck, I am going to vote, right? And we will remove them. But can you do it in Nigeria? You think Tinubu is about to live there without you guys having some form of a revolution? Right? You don't have first past the post. You don't have what is it America practices electoral college. You don't have. Did he win? The person who is there. So how is it a democracy if you, as the citizen, were not able to vote for who you? I mean, you vote. But on the whole, we have 36 states and the FCT, right? And you're citing one state as being the bastion. If it took one courageous woman to put her foot down and say, I'm not China, did they tell you they didn't do elections? They do elections now. Are they democracies? No, because the outcome of the election is predetermined. Right. And so when we talk about the things that we're pointing to, autocratic regime as opposed to a democratic government.
Yeah.
Simply said.
Yeah.
You
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for I believe so much in learning, and I think we come to violence space a lot to learn. I personally come to violence space to learn a lot of time, and I'll just make this as clear as possible and as brief as possible because I mean that this is a very interesting conversation, but it's quite unfortunate we don't have like the entire time. We're supposed to be rounding off like pretty soon. Justice, if as of the time I asked you that question, you had said no, the answer would be different. Like what my response would be if I was taking that statement literally, then I would agree because what I would classify as the worst of democracy is okay, the people were the ones that voted the leader by themselves, it was really elected. You can say that that's what I would classify as the worst of democracy, right? They use their power, they still had their power, but and they used it, and the person failed. And because they have their power, they can remove the person in the next election cycle. That's what I would classify as the worst of democracy. That's why I asked you that because if you had said no, Nigeria is not practicing democracy now, then I would have said, okay, you might be right to say this. Now, this is the comparison I think people have been doing and have been doing relatively wrongly. Of course, if you compare the best of democracy against the best of military at any point in time, in the contest, Nigeria and America, if you want to compare, even people that do sampling in experiments, they tell you how to do sampling. You don't just do random sampling unnecessarily. So you can't go and bring in America. You stand by say what Nigeria is practicing is democracy. What can never be correct is the worst of democracy is better than the best of military. Because I mean, you were the one that was almost being ingenious when you tried comparing Peter Obi with one failed military leader.
Of
Oh
democracy,
my
which
God,
is wrong.
Justice? I feel like you are not in the room. What is the argument? The argument is the best of democracy against the worst of the military. That's what I compared at the very least. So it's not. I, it's almost like I'm asking it like there's a different question and you're answering a different question. So
Well, many Nigerian.
yeah,
Sorry to cut you short.
yeah,
Who would you say is the best democratic president in Nigeria?
maybe Obasanjo.
Obasanjo now waiting.
I mean, that's the funny thing. He has done both ways. So
Obasanjo a military man.
okay, yeah, okay. That's your point, per se, right? So I mean, if you wanted to say
So
okay,
no matter
yeah,
the argument, I see military, brother.
if you want to say maybe even Yaradua, right? I say okay, let's say Yaradua is the best assumptuously. Then you want to now compare with the best of military. In let's say you assume the best of military is Babangida. That's when Kala say no, Yaradua is
I
maybe
beg, well, don't be bad.
My brother,
try
certainly
to
not.
avoid it because you contradict yourself every time you shout the criminal joke baron next to the election and now come and say Nigeria is practicing democracy is really, really contradictory. Absolutely contradictory. So
Finally, greetings for meaning Emir, Jimmy, Mambolanle, Zos, everyone on the speaker section, listeners, wherever you're listening from. I bring you all greetings. Thank you again for this amazing opportunity. Democracy or military era? For me, I don't know much about the military era, apart from the little things we read about them and the few we've heard about them, or I've heard about them. I don't know much about them. But for the democracy I and lived under for some years, currently I will say, in the words of Zol, democracy. Because democracy has to do with the people. It's all about the people. The people were mentioned 3 good times. You can say you're practicing a democracy when your people are hungry. Instead of you to take care of them, those that employed you, you are using the money for yourself. That is not democracy. We are calling them out. They're saying it's an insult, that you will be jailed. That is not done in a democracy. And if we are truly practicing democracy in Nigeria, Tinubu will not be in Aso Villa right now as we speak. If we're practicing a democracy currently, your people will not have they will not be looking for tomato in the markets. Pepper, I'm so sorry. They won't be looking for tomato, pepper in the market and can't find them because the petty traders no longer have money to afford the things they used to buy 5,000 naira per basket that now skyrocket to 150,000 or above. Yet you have the guts to still say you want to buy private jets with the people's money while the people are suffering. So that is not democracy. If you tell me that we are practicing democracy right now, you will know by yourself that you are lying to yourself. What we currently have can be likened to state capture. Our national anthem was just changed without as a without is not a democracy. So currently, we are not practicing democracy in Nigeria. We are practicing something else. But in all, democracy is better than the military era. If we had gotten the man we voted for, oh my God, I'm so sorry. If we had gotten the man we voted for, democracy by now, because with PO there, you have the freedom to speak, unlike what we currently have right now. You saw what happened in South Africa. That was democracy. The people have seen their votes coming in. Everybody goes home satisfied because, okay, yes, this is not waiting I vote for now I get. Nobody goes to the court or anything. Was it Liberia the other time that the lady supersedes where as in was the one who was in charge of the electoral process? Everybody saw everything. At the end of the day, the loser was like and not for the people, and you're claiming to be practicing a democracy. That is not a democracy. I look forward to the day that we'll have great and reasonable, as in the real democracy in Nigeria. Then we can say, yes, we're having a democracy. But right now, this is not democracy. As for a double election, please, let's do all we can to get a man or Lumide Akbata. If I go my Delta state, I pass Edo state. I'm tired of going through wells, gutters, saying a road. We need good roads in Edo state. We need light. We need education. We need good things. So please, let's do all we can to support our
All right.
people. Thank you
All
very
right.
much,
Thank you very
guys.
much, Peter. Very salient point. Quickly, I'll go straight to Call Me Lexi. Call Me Lexi, please go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Good evening, my fellow violencers. Good evening, well many Nigerians all over the world. Let me Saddam, well many Nigerian, Uncle Jimmy, Mom Polanyi, diasporas, and my fellow Nigerians. It's always a good time to be on a space like this, listen and to hear our mind, to hold the government accountable, to let them understand how bad they are and how far they have destroyed our country. I always say one thing, as obedient. We should always stand our ground. Based on the topic here, democracy or military era, I never experienced military era because it's getting worse every day. At least African China, Mr. President, and they're going. Those of their songs are heavy songs. Lead us well if you be governor, if you be senator, do am well. If you be policeman, do am well. But this is the era we have today. It's getting worse. See what happened yesterday. A man just came and he took the glory, and to top it all, there is no speech given. There is no speech of hope given to Nigerians. Yesterday coming from him, only for him to climb the stage and said, "I dobale." Look at it. Even his reaction speaks. I blame myself and I blame my fellow Nigerians. Before we know it now, we will become our parents who failed to hold the government accountable. Every day I sleep and wake up, I lose hope in this country. That's why I appreciate diaspora. There's one of the people I look up to on this Twitter space. What is the hope of a common man like me? Is this man really a rich man? To buy it himself. It comes down to my level to understand, to make me to understand that he is. But what are we Nigerians doing? We are sleeping, we are relaxing. What caused us to mount the streets? What are we even waiting for? What? Why don't we scatter everything? Only for him to say, only for him to say, I dobale. That's the speech coming out from the so-called president. No speech of hope, no speech of walking all over the country. But here we are. We have a long way to go, and if we are going to save this country, it is me and you. For Nigerians who are in Nigeria who are listening, I want you to have this at the back of your mind as you sleep and wake up, and that man is still in office. You and I have failed Nigeria. We have to do it. We have to do it one. But I don't know what we are waiting for. If we are looking for hope, I don't think there is. Everybody has given up. Everybody has lost hope. It's not working. This is not democracy.
Yeah.
We don't have voice. If not for the fact that we stood together to hold that man, FPRO, accountable here. Stop. For how long will this continue? And you call this democracy? Outside the country is saying thank you. Did he owe any of us thank you? If he sat down in his house, did he care? But he's still doing it just to encourage us. But we that he's doing it for, we feel relaxed, we chilled, like nothing is happening. Okay.
No,
Thank
yeah,
you. I
thank you
yield
very
the
much,
mic.
Kwame Lexi. Thank you. I mean, you made a lot of points in your submission. All right. Let me just check, and I mean this for checking. Marian Zion. I mean, you always come up, but don't raise you there. Okay. I don't know. Maybe you just request and go to sleep or something. I don't know. Over the time we're supposed to end, but I think it was an interesting. It was an interesting. Um, Zoss, it was actually great having you up here today as well. Thank you for coming around. I'm just going to say this in closing. Leading to the 2023 election, for people that have listened to me long enough, I'm sure you probably will know some things I used to say a little bit often. There was one thing that I said I was very happy about. I was more happy about in 2023 election is the tendency for it to be probably Nigeria's first true attempt at democracy. Because the truth is that, I mean, I've had people say, "Oh, Peter, like, I want to assume that, let's assume worst case scenario, which we know is not true, but let's assume that Peter will come and now be a bad president. But you'll have the people really, really voted in someone. I was so one of the biggest things we lost in 2023 election is not getting Peter being presidency. I think some people don't understand this. It's not the fact that we didn't get Peter being presidency. I mean, the truth is that if it was Tinubu that had that obedient support that Peter Obi had and he became president, fine, it would have been okay. He would have just been doing what he's doing now. But once he would have been clear, he would have known, everybody would have known that the Nigerian people spoke and they spoke loudly and their will was done. The ripple effect of that would have been enormous. The gains of that would have been enormous. In fact, what would have happened after Peter Obi won the election or after Peter Obi was declared because he won the election? Immediately Peter Obi was declared, what would happen is that a lot of the intelligent people in Nigeria that don't want to dabble into politics, a lot of people that are doing well in their sector will start to dabble in because for the very first time they will believe that, if you are good, if you have integrity, the people are going, the power of the people is what we lost in 2023. It's not just Peter Obi not becoming president, but the power of the people. And I think that's the first thing, before Nigeria make any progress, that's the first thing that needs to be done in Nigeria. If Nigeria's power, if the power of the people comes to stand, it's fine if the people decide Trump, they feel like they didn't like Trump. They felt like they could vote him out, and they did. Know what it is. So I want to leave this thing in our heart to ponder about. I think for me, what we should be thinking about is how really to get the power back to the people. As we are now as Nigerians, I don't go down now. We not get shit manpower. In fact, I just the manage the small we can now we use for online just to call out this government. And many people see themselves, we see the mumu follow up. So it's quite unfortunate, but let's hope for the better. Sadam, over to you.
Hey, thank you very much, my brother. Thank you very much. How much the work that would have been done is the fact that Nigerians had a chance to choose, and these criminals stood away from Nigerians. Well, guys, I think we have had a very, very wonderful space today. The conversation has been very, very interactive, not just interactive, educative also. For many people that don't have the whole background of what happened during the military. It's good for us to come and have this kind of conversation. So all I would say is thank you guys for all of you contributing, all of you that came out to speak. Thank you for your contributions. All those that could not get the mic to speak, please do not take it personal. It's just that these are our spaces. You see how sweet it is. How sweet it is, and just to suit everybody, and we can't. As the military, yeah, what you deserve, my brother. Thank you, my brother Zari. Thank you for staying up with us today. It's good to have you up here always. Thank you, my brother. Thank you for talking about that, man. And also on the violence space, women in Nigeria, you have a task. Please let us know what the violence space can do to Nigeria, please, to take down this government to work for Nigeria to work for Nigerians. It entails us doing the hard work. After all this conversation, all this talk, I will want us to go back with these thoughts. 30 years from now, how old will you be? You might say, it looks like it's not possible. Adam is just saying it's not possible. On Tuesday's space, Madam Obi was here. She was 30 years old 30 years ago. She's 61 now. 30 years from now is not far. It is just 1950, 2050 don't come. Nigeria we can sink to the lowest low. It has they have been proving with APC that there's no low. They'll just keep digging it. It is very possible. It is we as our generation, as a generation that will change this stuff. If we don't change it, nobody's coming to save us. Nobody's going to come and change for us. All these people. Ninety-nine percent of us cannot sacrifice what we have. What the man is doing on his own, and we are not even activating. We're waiting for him to come and blow whistle for us. Let's start. It's we have to take the bull by the horn ourselves. I'm waking up our generation. Please, guys, if you're in Nigeria, please. There is enough reason. I think I'm going to wrap up with this. I almost forgot about this thing. What Shehu Sani said yesterday, last night. Protests in Nigeria ever since have always been funded by Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He said it yesterday. He said that you are the father of protest. You fund us. You finance us. And I'm saying this for many of us that are on these platforms that have the finance also. Please start thinking about it also. Bola Ahmed Tinubu in his prime, in his 50s, was financing protests across this country. Protest is not a crime. And things are worse off right now than it was then. Oh, how it will be great. You can finance enough people to wake up people in your region, wake up people in your state. The boots on the ground campaign is a form of protest. The generalities operations, rescue Nigeria is a form of protest. If you can finance 50,000 flyers across your region, let everybody in Nigeria see. Bola Ahmed Tinubu is about to get two private jets. He has just borrowed extra 2 point something billion dollars, and he will eat it and will not do anything. Because banter is good, though, but please, beyond all this banter, let us face real issues that are doing all these campaigns to get real action and real work out there, because real work is will 100 times trump 1 million violent spaces. Real work on the ground will 100 times trump two people going to the market today and say, I spoke to 50 people. Oh, it is better than 1 million of us on violent space, because we are all aware of what is happening. We just have to keep the conversation going. But we are all aware. But the imam will tell her that it is Allah, or go to our church on Sunday and the pastor will tell her that it is God. It's a farming season. It is we that are meant to do the hard work. Please think about it. We have, they say the community cook for one person, the person cannot finish it. But if the whole people cook for the community, how do they even say that adage? Sorry, if you cook for the community can finish it. But if you come to cook for you cannot finish it. But so Zari Yusuf, Comrade Lukman, Chico Dili, Sarah, God bless Thank you guys. We'll be back on this platform. God willing, same station, same time. Next week, Tuesday. I say thank you, my sister. I see you, Sarah. Sarah Ibrahim. Thank you so much. Big man, so much. Dr. Oyeken, native Dr. Oyeken. Thank you, my brother Mazi Injenje Radio. Thank you so much, sir. God's will for Nigeria. Dr. Bankole, Mary White, Dr. Mary White, Kiski's the building, Biru Kiski, Dr. Oluwaski, Dr. Dr. Owen, Duchess of Canada, Mugzi, Take Back Nigeria, John Ville, Health is Wealth. Health is Wealth. Your picture last weekend was stunning, ma. Winston, thank you, Nos Ray, Grace Ella, Wake Up, Julius. God bless you. Please, Fuga, my brother, thank you so much. We'll be back same station next week as we always. Their lives, they are nothing but noisy people. Do not give them peace this weekend. God bless you all. See you guys same station next week, Tuesday. Good night and have a